What's up, gamers? Welcome in. How's everybody doing? Welcome, everybody. Roshi case. How is everybody doing? I've learned in chat is empty says a lot. I mean, I'm not really surprised. It's 480p. What does it look bad? Or that's just what Twitch is defaulting to? Yeah. But yeah, I'm not surprised that there wasn't nearly as many people that signed up for Lured In. Also, I haven't really streamed a lot of Lured In, so nobody knows about it. You can't go higher? Uh-oh. Is everybody else having the same issue? Or is it just a funny Twitch moment, like usual? Yeah, Twitch is is whack, dude. Everybody has a different issue. Anyways. Are we giving keys for Lured In yet? Not yet. It's because I still want to, it still needs a little bit more work in terms of making it playable. Right now it's just not fun because it's like missing the final piece of the puzzle. So as soon as I get that in, I'm going to start distributing keys. I figured I just wanted to get the deadlift stuff started because it's gonna take like time. Like deadlift has got way more stuff to play test compared to Lurden, so I want that to be going. We're already identifying a lot of good things, bugs and just design issues and stuff, so I'm glad that that's, you know, moving along. But yeah, but that's why we're going to be working on Lurden today. I've been putting a lot of time into it in the background in between deadlift stuff, so I've got a bunch of epic things to show off. Yeah. Let's jump into it. So here we are in Lurden, and we're going to be doing kind of both at the same time, both games, because yeah. Let's boot it up. I'll show you guys what's going on. So, let's see, we got music off, good. So I've got it set up now, finally. Should I sign up for Lurden? I mean, you can still do it if you want. I can add you. It's not a big deal. I got enough keys, so. But yeah, I got like more upgrades. I've been working on some icons and stuff. But I'm about to get the fishing. Like that's the next thing that's gonna, you know, get a big pass to be improved. But now you can buy tanks. Take a look. I just bought a tank. So you can click on tanks, and tanks themselves have their own upgrades. I still need to do icons for all these and stuff. But each tank is going to have a separate set of upgrades, so you can like kind of full stack all your stuff in one tank if you want, or take a more like even distributed approach, right? So it's going to have 2 tabs in here. We haven't gotten this one set up. We're going to start working on that. This is basically just going to be a little view into the aquarium. It's going to show the fish inside and stuff. They're going to be swimming around. So that's what that's going to be. And then you got your upgrades. So we can, like, for example, buy some capacity upgrades. So you can see the capacity on this tank now has gone up. That capacity number has to do with the weight or size of fish. If we catch a couple fish here, you can see that each fish has a weight value assigned to it. So there's going to be certain fish that are really heavy and big. So for those guys, you're going to need a larger tank. Eventually, I'd like to also do saltwater versus freshwater tank, but I think we'll worry about that at another moment in time. Yo, thank you for the speens, guys. Yeah, it's coming along. Everything's like saved already in this one variable, so it should be really easy to create saves of the game and stuff. Yeah. So the next thing I want to work on is this, you know, aquarium view, fish tank view. I'm calling them fish tanks because this is your aquarium. In real life, usually they're kind of both equally used. But I figured that's just confusing, so send me up if you don't mind. Awesome. Yeah, I'll do that for sure. Cool. So new music cassette track for Starground. Let's go. I'll give that a listen. Yeah, I want to add in the cassette stuff to Starground soon. But I don't know, I'm conflicted because I do need to start on the next major content update soon. That's supposed to come, you know, sometime around February, I think early February, for the whatchamacallit, Two Left Thumb sale. But I'll try and squeeze in 15.1. So yeah, on YouTube, essentially Meredith, welcome in. How's it going? It's been a little while. Yeah, I feel bad. I want to apologize for anybody that's been chatting before on YouTube, and I just never reply back because the chat situation was scuffed. But now I think I've got it set up better. It's still annoying to set up the YouTube chat. I don't know why they make it such a hassle. One thing that's really stupid about how YouTube does their chat is every single time you do a new stream, the like URL of the chat changes. So you can't just copy the URL, pop it out, and then have it inside of OBS forever. Every single time you stream, you have to go into YouTube again and change it. So, and grab the new one. It's just stupid. I don't know why they do that. Did you ever think about using your real name instead of Big Boy Games? I don't know, kind of, but I mean, from the very beginning, it's usually always been a collection of people working on stuff, so it never really made sense to do just my name. Yeah, I don't know, and I've already went through all the trouble of setting up like an actual company and everything with Big Boy Games, so it's kind of like, might as well just use it for everything. No sense in, you know, switching it up now. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, anyways. You can see as you buy more of them, they get exponentially more expensive. So eventually you can buy 6, so they'll fill in here, and then 2 down here. I'm considering one day in the future we would do like shop expansions. You could like add more stuff on, right? Like buy a new building. You know, it would be pretty cool, but that's, I'm not gonna worry about that so much right now. First focus is just actually getting gameplay fun and cool. So anyways, let's start working on this screen now, and just the whole process of being able to put a fish into a tank, because that's kind of important. So I think inside of global and save data, we have this data entry called tank fish data. That's just going to be an array of all the fish that we have inside of the tank. So that's what we're going to do. How much do I have to pay Sheik to make more banger tracks for the stream? I don't know. It's between you and him. Let's see. So let's go into, I have a UI inside of here, tank menu. And this is what, you know, this is our UI. So in this tab container here, put it as a child of the VBox. So I already have this is a sub viewport container. And what this is gonna do is let me display a viewport. So I could have another viewport in here. It'll be a sub viewport. And this can be a whole world inside of here, right? So we can put fish and all sorts of stuff going on. So now we can grab this. I can... I know there's a way to give this like a texture, isn't there? Okay, so it just has a sub viewport as a child. Like that. So now as you can see, we can see the sub viewport. So I will have to figure out the size of this sub viewport. It seems a little weird that it doesn't like... I guess I can set it to stretch. So we'll just keep the size at the same size of whatever this node is. So let's see if we go into transform 636 by 340. So now we have our fish tank interior right here. And we can just get it set up. Don't really care about doing local input. I don't know if I will do that or not. It's hard to say. Because we do have to think about how we're going to be selecting fish inside of here and stuff. I mean, it's simple enough to where maybe we don't even need to bother using 2D nodes. But it is going to be a little wacky if we don't. I'm not sure yet. Hey, Brownhounds, welcome in. What about the Dom viewport? I don't know, the long-lost Dom viewport. Nobody knows where they went. Let's see, I'm just trying to think, I'm just considering, is it better to do this as a control node or as a sub-viewport? Because there are some limitations to doing a sub-viewport. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. One thing with it is that if I like click on a fish to open up a little menu, I'm gonna have to make sure that menu is like a separate node outside of this viewport, because otherwise it's gonna get clipped off at the edges, which isn't gonna work. So that's one constraint. I don't know. This will probably be the best way to do it, I guess. Let's call this world. Then now we can just add in fish. So all this is going to be is just a... I'm actually going to do this as a line 2D. I remember seeing this tech. God, how did they do it? I think it was with a texture. We can go get a fish. And then we can give this some points. So 0 and like 10. And I can't see it, which is weird. I don't know why. This is the only downside to sub viewports. No, I should be able to see it here. It's because the width closed. Yeah, it's not working. Use texture mode for drawing style. Also, thank you very much for check. Okay. I'm gonna have to find that post again. I saw some Reddit posts of somebody doing it this way, and it was epic, because you could make, like, the fish, like, you know. Let's look for that. Godot fish. Where was it? I have to find it. I must find it. Yes, I found it. I've spotted it. Texture mode stretch. Then he sets a texture. Width is the height of his... I see. So if this image is 32 by 32, that should be a 32. Width should be 32. Texture mode he has set to stretch. Whoa! There it is. So now what this lets me do is change the fish around. As you can see. It's pretty epic. So let's add a couple more things to this world node now. First off, we need a camera 2D. Now we can choose zoom level on this. A little quirky. I don't know why it's like not... Maybe you can't use a camera on a viewport. That would be weird though. I guess I just can't really see it until we actually go in and do it. So let's just make this, we'll go here, turn that to stretch mode. And 636 divided by 360, I need to figure out the ratio between these two. So, 1920, let's see. This. Yeah, 1920 divided by 636 is that. How am I supposed to know what the ratio is here? I guess we multiply it up to figure it out. So 636 times 3. And that's on stretch, so now we can say for size. Oh, does it not let me choose size? Oh. So that stretch mode will just change it to whatever. That's fine then, we just keep it where it's at. Hopefully it doesn't look stupid. There's oversampling, so we can always do that if needed. Alright, so I don't know if this is actually going to work. Theoretically, that'll just show it in this corner now. So the fish should get bigger, but let's see what happens. Let's buy a tank. It's not even there. Maybe hydrate. Where'd it go? Well, that's quite peculiar. Not what I expected whatsoever. What did I do wrong? Fish. Interior. It's got the sub viewport and everything in there. Let's see. Is that a depth thing? Shouldn't be. It's so weird that it just has nothing there. Maybe what it is that the background color is the same color as the other background, so it looks like nothing's happening when in reality it is. Yeah, let's set our position and stuff, I guess. So we're changing the position is not changing that area. Hold on, we're gonna take the sub viewport out. It won't let me for some reason. Something's weird. Hold on. Oh, I was in the remote view. That's why nothing was happening. Okay. So that is the top corner, I think. Say, Quack, welcome in. How's it going? Oh, that's how it is? So I guess I want this to be half of the viewport size, so 636. $340 divided by 2. And now I can change my zoom level. There we go. Like that. I don't know if this is actually going to work, though. This is the only thing that sucks about sub viewports, is just trying to deal with them. They're, annoying. But they work. Let's check this again. It still doesn't show the fish in here, so I don't know what's going on with that. It's pretty weird. Let's give this another like panel node or whatever. Or I guess really change this into a like that. A panel container. So this will let me drop this in here. I can make that a child of that. Container sizing, expand. Just to give it a little bit of a border. Now, unfortunately, the resolution's changed. 620 by 324. So... no. There's no way. 620 by 324. Now it's over off to the left. How did that even happen? Excuse me. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, it's 620 So 620 divided by... Oh, did I just hit 3 instead of 2? That's what I did. Okay. Yeah, I really don't know why I can't see it. I can't see the fish. It's very strange. It's not big enough? I think it's a little funny. Give that a shot. Okay, I can see part of him, but it's super low res for some reason. And I don't know why I can only see part of him. Doesn't make any sense. It just has to do with the zoom level. He's so blurry. Maybe I do need to do some oversampling. Let's do 4 times. That looks terrible. What is this size 2D override stretch? Rendering. Canvas items. Well, this looks pretty terrible. I don't know what I'm supposed to do to fix that. Tape mode is always... And it just seems like the camera doesn't even line up with where I'm looking, too, which is another really weird thing. I don't really know what's going on with that. So just have to do with the node I'm using, maybe? Like, would a regular Sprite 2D look better? I mean, I would really like to use that node. This should be right in the center of the camera. I don't know why it's so weird. Yeah, I don't really like using viewports. Okay, so that one is, and then that one's off to the top left. But it doesn't explain, like... This does let me zoom in and stuff. But the zoom level doesn't make any sense. Seems like it's just sort of completely random. Like that, the fish should be at the very edge of the view, right? But he's not. He's there. Which doesn't make any sense. So what is this box that I'm seeing here? It should theoretically be the camera, but it's just not. It's really weird, guys. And using a camera is the thing that's making it blurry. Why? Why is it so blurry? I think what I'm going to do instead of this, because I don't think this is a good node, I want to use a sub-viewport, like, texture. So we're just going to use a texture rect. Because obviously this is not working. Now we can go get a sub-view or viewport texture here. Select our sub-viewport. Now if we go back into here, hide this guy, move it out of here. So this shows us a much more accurate view, I feel like, of what our actual camera stuff is. Let's see, keep size. Don't keep size. So now we can say fit width. We set it to scale. So what this will let us do is increase this viewport texture size to whatever we want. As you can see, I don't know why it's showing the editor. That's a little quirky. Well, let's see. Just nothing. Invisible. Oh, God. Should be working. Scale. Maybe fit height? No. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this viewport node. Really sucks, because I would have liked to use it. It's, like, easy. But clearly it's, not it. It's just being very finicky. So we could still do all of our stuff as a regular Node 2D here. It's not ideal, but it's possible. We can go get our fish here. Set our mode to stretch. Like this, and I did the wrong texture. So this does work. The only thing though that sucks is we don't have the ability to zoom in and out with this, which we don't really need to since it's just a static tank. I just don't know why it's so wacky. Because I have the same thing set up in Starground, right? Instead of the Star Launcher UI. And we can look at that one. The way that one works is it's using a sub viewport container. It's not set to stretch. And then the viewport is huge. But how come this one doesn't, like, expand? I'm not sure. Thank you for the cheese time, Cosmo. What's up? Because the other one expands like crazy. There's got to be a way we can get this to work with a sub viewport. It's going to be so much better. Sub viewport container. I miss the old cheese times, yeah. Then we put the viewport. But yeah, as you can clearly see, it has a canvas layer. So underneath it's just directly got a camera node. I guess we don't really need this world node. Just makes this scene tree more complicated. And see, I have the resolution on this one set to an insane value. It's at 4K. And the camera, that's just what moves around inside of it, right? So how come... I just don't know why this one is hanging off the edge. I guess what I need to do is just grab this and then... what do I do? Like visibility and clip children? That doesn't work. I just don't know why it's so weird. Is there some other kind of setting I have enabled over here on this viewport? Default texture filter. We'll set that to nearest. It's not anything super weird. Tell me your secrets. Is this on clipping children? Yeah. So I have, this is all a child of another node that's clipping it. That's probably how this is working then. So on this panel container, we could say clip plus draw. Or we do another one inside of here. That's just a regular control node. Or really make this a margin node. So we'd put that in there, then that becomes a child of that one. And now what we say for this one is visibility, clip plus draw. And actually, we can't do a margin node. This has to be a any kind of node, like a color rect. And then we just say clip only. What's he complaining about? Oh, then turn off that one. Just regular mode. Let's call that viewport. What's this complaining about? Oh yeah, don't do that there. So I don't know why this is not... I guess now what we need to do is go into here, instead of position, we say anchors and say full rect. There we go. Yeah, this is how we have it set up over in Starground. So theoretically, we should be able to modify this stuff now. I don't really want the viewport to be this big, but... Is there any way I could, like, shrink it? Not that I'm aware. I guess it doesn't matter, we just have the camera over here. Let's see, then there's the thing, like, why do I have this so big if I'm not even using any of this size, right? I don't know, man, this is a whack. 620 by 324. Let's change it back to that. So we're back here. Now the question is it actually gonna work and do what we want? No. Why would it ever? I just don't know what the deal is. So, I mean, this looks, for the most part, fine. Right, it's what I want. But then for some reason, it's not blurry anymore, so that's good. But what's happening is... So it's there, right? We can see the edge is on the, like, tail fin of that fish. And then we go into this view, and we can see that the camera... What I'm seeing in the viewport is extending way past the edge right there. So, like, what's going on? It's just really weird. It's not lining up for some reason. I don't know if it's some weird camera setting. I got no idea. It's just that this isn't where I think it is, but that's not the case. I don't really know. This is probably around the zoom level we'll have. Maybe we go up to 3. Seems like it's pretty good. But it just sucks because I have no idea what points these are in terms of the viewport space. So... Spend two days trying to make buttons work inside the viewports and give up. Ah, yeah, that's why you don't have, like, buttons and stuff in there. Yeah, they're quite finicky. I wish, I don't know why they're so weird, you know? I don't know, this one is just baffling me right now. Why would I just don't know why it would be different, you know? It's extremely strange. Then we also have 2D size override. What is this? The 2D size of the viewport. I don't know what that's doing. So now it's stretching. But it still doesn't make any sense. I just wish I knew what the frick was going on. Whatever. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Because what we'll just do is create the area with a given size and determine where it's going to be. So now we can do whatever. We can add a color rect in here. And this is going to be sort of our area. So this is going to have the same size as this, 620 by 324. And then we can figure out how big we want it to be. So if we want our camera zoom to be 3 times, then we would just divide this by 3. Like that. And now just put that in the center. I think the position's the same as its size. So now we can just keep tweaking. Well, we know that the camera, just because of the zoom level stuff, is going to be correct. So it's really stupid. Like, I don't know why that's the way it works, but you know, it's fine. So 324 divided by 3. That's actually 108. There we go. So we can start turning this into a real fish tank now. And then we'll start making like the fish move around and stuff, you know. I don't know exactly what we want this to look like, but let's see, is this window gonna change ever in size? I don't really know yet. It'll be fine. I'll expand it if I have to. So we can create a sprite for this now. This is, let's just say 207 by 108. Okay. So this is our fish tank view. So theoretically, we should be able to just go in here and go make some sand, you know? Fish tank background. All right. Now we can sprinkle this in. There it is. Set it to the same position as this guy. Well, no, we can do... I guess I do need a node in here that's like the world node and everything centers around it. So that's fine. That way I don't have to worry about where all this stuff is relative to each other, you know? And then I can set this position to 620 divided by 2. 324 divided by 2. And now all this stuff can just be set to 0. And we'll set up some code so that the fish like dynamically move around and stuff, of course. So we got the background now. That'll stay below everything. So we'll just set the order into -1. Set this one to like way less. -10. So the position of this one has to be its size minus size divided by 2. And that divided by 2 minus. So this is what we get. Let's just make the size the same as our image. So then for position, we just say -103, -102, oops, -104. There we go. Look at that fish tank, guys. Now, I don't see the background for some reason. Oh, I probably just... because that node didn't exist, so I have to restart the game. Let's try this again. There we go. Look at that fish tank. It's amazing. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks terrible right now, but we're going to keep working on it. I would like to look at Shellquarium for reference. Just out of curiosity. Probably not going to go fully that vibe, but there's also Fish Tycoon. Also, Insane Aquarium. So these are all examples we can look at. So Fish Tycoon is kind of very realism heavy. But I do want to do a little bit of that, like, three-dimensional vibe. Insane Aquarium, I've always liked how the Insane Aquarium one looks. So we could do something like that, potentially. And I like giving it that little wave at the top, just to kind of indicate that it's like, you know, there's a top of the water. It just works well. So maybe this is what we'll do. What is this? Is that like AI? Let's give that a try. So what we're going to want to do is, this just makes sense. We want like this is like the front of the sand. I have a fish tank in real life, so, you know, I'm somewhat of an expert. But you can like see the sand that's pushed up against the glass, right? Sort of like this. Then we can delete all that stuff. And now up here, and this is going to be like the floor. Oops, completely wrong color. I don't know what I'm doing. That's going to be pushed up against the back of the tank. It's not going to be too wavy back there. And I might even work on ways that you can customize this too in the future. Just right now, I just want to get something put down, you know? So the way this is going to kind of work then is we have like, this is like the edge of the tank. Right? We'll just do a value where the pixel sizes are consistent. Like that. And this is just going to go up all the way like that. So we can now select this whole thing. Transform, flip horizontal. Merge down. Then this is the back of the tank. I think this will be fine. So technically what I want to do is, let's cut those, put it on a new layer. We want to actually fill this stuff in with black. Like that. And give this some opacity to overlay on top, like that. So this kind of gives it a vibe of like, these are the edges. Now I have to fill in all these gaps. I think that works okay. And if we wanted to, we could give it a little bit of shine. Oops. So we could potentially do like a line here, just to make it look a little bit more like the edge of the tank. And let's figure out like our background and stuff. I think we'll just do the classic blue background. We can always swap it out later. I do like how it looks in Sand Aquarium though, but I don't want to like fully copy that, obviously. Let's look at what else. Let's just look at fish tank. And just look at some ideas. I've always liked the green foresty jungle vibe. That's what I have in my fish tank. There's like just like blue. I do kind of like the dark blue. Always thought that was a vibe. This is inside of like a commercial aquarium, so it's gonna be very blue coated. I mean, there's a lot of different ones you could do. Green. I don't know. Let's see. Make a very simple save system. Wondering why it won't load the correct number. I made a fail save so it doesn't die if the var is 0. Something before. Thank you for the hydrate. I checked that before the loading the actual variable. Ah, okay. Yeah, the classic mistake. Honestly, save systems aren't that bad. I mean, they're just a little tedious, but if you make a good system for it, it's really easy. All it is just saving some variables that then get loaded again at the beginning of your game. So, it's pretty simple in concept. Yeah. Man. It's like the rock vibe. I don't know, it's really hard to think of what we want to do for the background. I think we go darker though. This is a little too vibrant. We could do some rocks. And now since we know what color we're doing, we can also go back through here now, and I need to like smooth the shine mark out. We'll keep tweaking the colors and stuff for this, I'm sure, later on, but it's good enough for now. Come on, get me over there. As long as we can just give off the illusion that it is a fish tank. I'm just thinking about how the side would reflect. I guess that's how it would do. It would just look like this, but the opposite. So technically, like over here, like it would just be the opposite of the thing next to it, like that. Then same here, since it dips up and then goes down, it would just be like that. Then same over here. I think that's how it would work. Because it's like a reflection. Okay, especially if you need to make games that save simple things. Yeah, it's usually really easy with stuff like that. With something like Starground, it's quite a more complicated process because you have to really think about the format you're saving everything in, but, you know, it's doable. Alright, so let's see what this looks like now. Upgraded background. Boom. It's definitely much better. Still needs a bunch more work, but we're getting there. I think in some parts of this front bit, it's a little too tall. I don't want it to take up too much visual space. It's a little better. Could even make this section darker. Then that leaves us this color for anti-aliasing, which I kind of like the look of. Just so we can smooth it out a little bit. Yeah, that'll work. And back here, I kind of want to do the same thing. Except we'll use like a color that's sort of in between these two. I don't know what we will use. Could use red. Since this is like a blue color. This is more of a yellowy, orangey color. It's almost like it would be like a magenta vibe. But red is good enough, I think. Maybe it almost looks like a little bit of like subsurface scattering. It's good enough. And we could shade the sand down here. I just don't know if we want to do that or not. We'll have to be pretty, you know, light with the shading, though. Just thinking in terms of which regions are gonna be dark. So, hey, Ezra, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? I guess it would be sort of like this, the lighting. Now let's see what it looks like if we fill all this in. I don't know if this is gonna look good or not. No, it's too harsh. Let's undo everything. Yeah, we're currently working on Lured In. It's just a little fishing idle game that I've been working on in the background, so it's going pretty good. I'm just drawing like a background for the fish tank right now. I think just something like this. We're just doing pixel art as well? Nice, that's awesome. What are we working on? Oh, let's see, sorry, you said. Just didn't read that. Starting a new game project with the goal of make the game fun and hit the main mechanic within 6 minutes. Nice. That's always, I think, a good way to design things. Like, get to the actual meat of the game instantly. One thing I've heard a lot, just online and stuff, and I think it's a good, like, thing to follow. Man, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. But you want to, like, get people's attention, like, literally the first couple minutes of playing the game. And I think what they always say, too, is the, like, first 2 hours of gameplay is the most important. And it makes sense, because the first 2 hours, that's, like, your... Even Steam classifies it so as, like, your trial period of trying the game out. So I feel like if you're not... if you don't get to what the game is actually about in that amount of time, then it's going to be problematic. Yeah, I think the sooner you get to that stuff, the better. So that's nice. I think that's a good way to think about it. Long name for game, yeah, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's like the first filter of simplifying the core mechanic, improving. Yeah, for sure. I think it's really important. I think it's so easy to make stuff too... I don't know. Like... I've done a lot of games before where I don't focus enough on gameplay. Because, I don't know, sometimes gameplay can be hard. Maybe we subconsciously, you know, don't put enough time into it or something, or highlight it enough just because there's other things that are more visually interesting and flashy to work on that like look fun, but don't actually help the game do well. But yeah. It's good, though, to think that way, to really focus on it. Let's see. Just needs to darken. Looks okay. I don't really like this lighting. I think I'm going to undo everything. Hold on. I think I'm just going to do more blobby vibe. Oh, snooze the ad. Almost messed up. Otherwise, I launched a Godot beginner course, so I've been advertising that, running that. Nice, that's awesome. Cool. If you got any links or anything, you're totally welcome to drop those in for the course or games you're working on or anything. That's the common game dev problems. I got like making save delete mechanic because I forgot that already. yeah. Notice myself always making games too complex, and the fun part of the game happens after getting through too much of the boring part. Exactly, yeah. I run into that all the time. That's part of the reason why I've been working on smaller stuff like Deadlift and Lured In. These are 2 new projects. You know, sort of like, obviously not taking a break from Starground, but just like, it's been a nice kind of reminder of what's like important, I guess, in terms of like design. Because with these games, I've been trying to get to the meat of it as soon as possible, right? And they're just so small in scope, I think it's been easy for me to like focus on that part. The lighting's better. Awesome, there we go. Nice. Definitely take a look at that later. Yeah, trying to finish the small games published. Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely something to be said about small games too, because like, I see so many successful small games that come out, and it's crazy because like, some of those games are so small and simple that like, people put like a couple days or weeks into it, and now they have this massive successful launch, and it always just makes me think like, why am I spending all this time to make this big, complicated game when people are succeeding on something that's 1/10 the size? You know? It's like, I don't know, it just seems like sometimes it's like a waste of time to not make a tiny game. There's definitely a time and place, though, for a larger, cooler project, for sure. You know, a complex game, I gained some credibility and experience to have proven game design several times. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go about it, I think. I like my complex game idea for the art of it, but it does take a long time to make it good. Yeah. I totally know what you mean. That's exactly what I'm trying to do with Deadlift and Lured In. I've got a couple ideas sort of in the backlog that I would like to do eventually, but they're quite complicated. So, yeah, doing smaller projects like these, it's kind of like you're not putting all your eggs in one basket, or like, it's very like, it's tiny, localized, so I feel like I have more room to kind of experiment and try things, because the game is so small in scope. Even if something doesn't really work out, or I realize it's a stupid way to do something, it's small enough of a game where I can just revert it. So it's kind of like a little like testing zone for a lot of things that I do in like Starground. These projects like this let me jump into this, try out some things. If it doesn't work, then no big deal, because the game is so tiny, it doesn't matter. That's what I've noticed working on like Lured In and stuff. There's so many things I've already brought over to Starground from making these, so. Fish tank. Yeah, we're working on a fish tank. I want to do a shader that does like some water. We could probably create one, but there's so many on Godot shaders. I'm just gonna probably find one that works perfectly. It does exactly what we want. So, like this. Yeah, also myself as well. It's so hard to keep playing games. I click on, yeah, if it starts too slow, yeah. I totally know what you mean. I've definitely noticed that. Like, I feel like as a kid, I had so much more gaming endurance, you know? Where, like, I could, like... I had all the time in the world to play games, so it didn't, like, matter so much to me. I had more, like, patience. Yeah, but nowadays, it's, like, so... If I play a game, I want to immediately get into it. I don't want to have to sit there and wait forever. So yeah, it's definitely different. What type of things have you brought over to Starground? So far, it's been a lot of like kind of behind the scene things. In terms of just technical ways that I do things, So for example, one of the things that I've done that I figured out in, I think it was in Lurden, is like how to do sounds for buttons without having to go through and make like a custom button class. I was just messing around. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna, I would like this for a lot of games, so I buckled down and figured it out. But there's a signal in Godot called node added. So you can just connect node added and check what type of button it is, and then just set up some signals to activate sounds. So I discovered that, and then I moved it over to Starground. So Starground has UI sounds. It's just a lot of little stuff like that. Just experimenting, I find something that's cool, and then I put it all the other projects. And then there's also another thing that I was messing with, which I still need to think about the way to implement it properly, but the way that I was importing these data tables before was really stupid in Starground, because I have like 5 different steps to it, because I get it and then I have to merge stuff into it. But I realized I can just use like the initiate function on this stuff in here instead of having it as its own function. So I could just immediately, I just do one line, preload it, and then now this is ready to go as a dictionary. So it's stuff like that, mainly. But it's just been helpful in terms of design and stuff, right? Like, just going through and making this game. It always is like sort of a wake-up call for realizing when I'm, I guess, worried so much about, what's the word? Like, I guess just trying not to throw in too many features, like scope creep. That's the other aspect of it. It's been just kind of like a mental aid as well. It's an exercise in getting to the point faster. So there's a lot of things in Starground that I initially had planned, but I think working on these has sort of made me realize that I shouldn't spend so much time on stuff that doesn't matter as much. I used to have a bunch of things planned out for Starground. I want to do like some spaceship stuff, and it would be cool and all, but I think I've just started to realize that it's kind of ridiculous. And also the way that I do like the questing system now, that's kind of, I think definitely my ideas toward that has been heavily influenced by the simplicity of Deadlift and Lurden. But yeah. Developing these games help the development of Starground too? Yeah, exactly. I think it's always good to have a little side project every once in a while. Yeah, let's see. Let's do the background here. And then, oh, hold on. Sorry guys, ADHD brain, I was gonna do this. So I think I could modify this texture. I mean, this is literally just a sine wave. So it doesn't really matter that much. I guess it's fine. So let's add another color rect, I guess, here. Save this. Call it tank wave. So we got an ad coming up shortly. My apologies. Oh. No. This is an old shader. Let's just make our own. Sometimes I get tired of it. Alright. So what we're gonna do for this, let's do we need world space shade UVs? Not really. Quantumation is the next planned update. That is true, yes. I've been thinking about what I want to do for that update and stuff in the background, so we can go to the roadmap. Yeah, I think it'll be a fun update. It's kind of like, I mean, I say this not and that it's going to be the final automation update ever. I'll definitely be doing more updates in the future, probably post-release. But I think, at least for early access, this is probably going to be kind of like to cap off our number of new planets for early access, this update. So, yeah, I think it'll be nice. It'll add in a lot of like end-game quality of life stuff, which will really help. That's kind of the gateway to building more optimized and convenient factories, so we got an ad starting soon, my apologies, gamers. Yeah, I want to do like quantum stuff, and what that is like I'll wait for the ads to end. But we'll go back to that in a minute. So let's see. First off, let's get this in the proper position. We'll just do a box for now so I can see it. So, Mari, welcome in. Love the stream. Thank you very much. So I want to create a sampler 2D wave. This will be a uniform. And what that's going to do is we can pass in a noise texture. I have to think about what kind of texture I want here. Yeah, I'd rather do like a sine wave, I guess. Let's think about how we could do this. Let's see if we could do a sine wave. So we could say UV times... I think I can do sine. Time? I don't know what's going to happen here. Constants cannot be modified. Alright. Yeah, we can do multiple sine waves. I'm just like messing around here. Can I just pass in color? No, I have to actually do a texture. Isn't there like a... something like that? Alright, that works. So now we can say times equals sine. Time. Or just times sine. So, does that do anything? Let's break this up. So vec2 UV is equal to UV. And then we can say UV.y. This times equals sine. And now pass in UV. So that doesn't really work. It's probably just because it's all white, so I can't actually see if it's affecting the fragment. It probably is, but I just can't see it. Just thinking how I'm looking at this shader to see how this is done, because this is kind of the effect I want, at least just on the surface. So yeah, this is doing what I was doing, getting the UV. And it's creating a combined wave. And that's doing a mask. So this is mixing sky color, that one, with water surface color. And it's using that based off of the mask. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to use mix on this. So we could say wave or whatever is this. So vec4, and we say color is mix. Color and wave. Really we do wave, and then on this I want to say vec4. Like that. And then we wouldn't have to modify UV here. Why is it saying redefinition of wave? Oh. Get rid of that up there. So there's no mix vec4, vec4, I guess. Which doesn't make any sense. Is that not true? Oh, I'm missing the final thing over here. So now we can see 1 and then a 0.5. So that's just going to do like a... Okay. So we need to figure out what that mix value is given the pixel coordinate that we're on. Which we can use UV, I guess, so... So now that gives us a gradient, and we can say UV times equals sine time. And that just does that. So how do we want to do... It's tricky. There is smooth step. Maybe we could use that. I haven't really used much smooth step before. Could be something like this. Then we can pass in mask. Oh. It's a little quirky. But now I think I'm starting to understand things a little more. So we only want to multiply... I guess we do want to multiply the y, but the thing is we don't want it to be that much of a difference. Also, ads are over, sorry about that. But anyways, to answer your question, yeah, 1.0 is going to be a lot of quantum stuff. So I want like a, for example, a chest that you can, if you put items into it, you can build with those items from anywhere. So a little bit like an ender chest in a way, but not quite the same. But yeah, stuff like that. What's the progress for getting lured into playtesters? Very soon. As soon as I get the fish adding mechanic to the aquariums, then it's ready to go. So we're just about there. So you just need to divide this by 2. So it's too bad to say +1. I need to go grab my sine range function again. Let's see, where is that? It's not a global? I guess I don't have sine range in here. So get it from Starground. The satisfactory quantum containers. I haven't even actually gotten to that point yet, but I've heard about those. I guess that's the same thing. I've actually been playing Satisfactory recently. Here we go. Sine range. This is what I wanted. I don't know why this isn't just a built-in function, honestly. I use it so much. But yeah, what sine range lets me do is I don't have to do all that other garbage. I can just input min, max, and time. So 0, 1, 0, 2, time. Now we can see what that looks like. So that's going from there to there. We need to figure out like what value we want this to be at. Try 0.5. Well, I guess it's because we're modifying this UV. No, we're not even using that anywhere, are we? Oh, we are there. So let's up that to 0.5 there. Seven. It's really tricky to get these shaders behaving. Well, that doesn't really seem to be working. Gotta think about how to do this. Yeah, shaders are hard, guys. I'm thinking about this in the wrong way. So that's our UVY. But it's stupid. You'd think that we want to do smooth step. And then we would just do this at a very small difference, right? Like that. That does not seem to work. Have I played any cool games lately? Yeah, I've been playing some stuff. I played Power Wash Simulator 2. This game's pretty fun and epic. There's a Adventure Time pack coming soon, which is kind of awesome. So, yeah, it's pretty fun to play with friends. It's just a neat little game. Yeah. You wash and clean stuff. Pretty awesome. Get money for doing jobs, and then you can buy better guns to do the jobs faster. Also played Escape Simulator 2. This is a fun game too. You do an escape room. It's multiplayer. I definitely think it's maybe better multiplayer. I don't know. It's pretty fun. I like it. And then what else do we play? I've been playing House Flipper too. I know they're all like in the same vibe. But this is also fun. You just clean up houses and then repair them and do different jobs and stuff. And then what else have I played recently? I did buy a couple other games for the winter sale that I still haven't played yet. Misery was interesting. This game's kind of fun. It's like a survival roguelite. So you have like a base that you build stuff in and like live in. And then you go out every day on like an expedition into the town to find items and stuff and scavenge. It's pretty cool. Sometimes it's unforgiving, like you die or you get a really unlucky like seed and you just lose all your stuff, but it's pretty fun though. How did this guy get in their house? Expedition, you say? Yeah, it's kind of like an extraction shooter in a way, but like not stupid. I've never seen that guy before. What? That's crazy. But yeah. I like it. It's pretty fun. Might not be for everybody, but what else have I played? Oh, you found a free Terraria like Wax Weaver, yeah? Take a look at that. Wax Weaver. Oh yeah. Definitely Terraria coded. Looks pretty cool though. I've been seeing a lot of games like Terraria and Minecraft clones. Whoa, you can like change gravity. It's kind of cool. There's that one that's in playtesting right now, Alamiria. It's pretty cool. This one's kind of like a combination between Terraria and Minecraft. But this one's pretty fun. I still feel like the issue with all of these games is that they don't really have much to offer on top of what Minecraft already does. And same with like Terraria likes too. Usually I find myself playing those, I'm just like, I'd rather just go play Terraria, I guess. And same with this game. It's neat. There are some things that are interesting. Like these different block shapes and stuff you can do and painting, but it's like fine. It's cool, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's just regular old Minecraft / Terraria. But anyways. Yo, big radio dish, Voice of the Void reference? Yeah, it's crazy. I do want to play Voice of the Void again sometime. I just, I don't know. We'll see. Also, I saw this shader. This is kind of freaking epic. It's doing quantization on texel space, which is like the lighting pixels or whatever, which is kind of awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. I don't know, I can't figure out this shader, guys. Too much work, so we're just gonna work on converting this one. I'm just stupid right now. I don't want to spend the time to really dive into it. Because what's gonna happen is the whole stream is then gonna become me working on one shader. So there we go. We're already eons ahead. Excuse me. I'm a silly guy right now. So thank you for the spin. You saw the 2025 Godot game showcase? Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I think I looked through that a little bit. When did that come out? It was like a couple weeks ago or something, right? Or yeah, it was, I guess, 2 months ago now. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in here. It's crazy how many different games there are made with Godot, you know? I've been seeing shorts and stuff with Blood Thief, Green Ash, Latro. There's a lot of cool stuff. It's nice to see some non-game stuff in here too. Like programs and stuff. Like Material Maker was in here. It's pretty cool. And the most popular one, Drift Space Survival. Space Engineers. Even the UI looks the exact same as Space Engineers. There's some pretty cool stuff. I've been seeing this one in development forever. But yeah. Gotta play your update again? Oh yeah, did you update it again? Yeah, what did you add this time around? What's WD frequency? What is that? Oh, I guess it has like water. So there's distortion noise. Does that... Hold on. Is that going to distort the surface or just in between? Let's find out. Nah, it's just going to be in here. Okay, so anyways, now that we have this, what I want to do, and I think hopefully it should be doable, is kind of clamp the area here. So water mask, we can figure out what it is, right? And if we change this value, we can see how that changes it. So that kind of just smooths it out, basically. So we don't really need to use water mask. We could just use this. Like that. Nope, it does not work. Very interesting. Oh, we need to just use the dynamic water level, like that. No, that doesn't work either. Okay. I guess we're using water mask. It's fine. We'll just keep it at a very small value like that, so... Yeah. There's all these other variables in here I really don't care about, like color correction and stuff. Like, why do I need that? So I'll probably strip down a lot of that stuff. Oh, you haven't added it yet? Oh, okay. WD-40. Whoa. Distortion force. Doesn't do anything. Okay, anyways, let's figure out how we can make... Well, watercolor for some reason is a Vec 4. This should be hint or whatever, source color. There we go. Because I want that to be white, because this is supposed to be like the barrier at the top of the water or whatever. And we have to figure out how we can make this just like a single pixel tall. Because we've got smooth step from there. We could do another smooth step, maybe. Trying to figure out how this is going to work. Like, what if I subtract from this? What does that do? So that just changes the height. So not really much happens there. I want to just smooth step it back to being transparent, essentially, right? So this is going from that range to that range. It's complicated. I'd like to get rid of all this garbage in here. There's a lot going on. Oh, that's what you mean by WD brightness. I don't even know what WD brightness does. There's so much stuff going on here. Let's simplify. Combined wave, dynamic wave water, or water level. So let's get rid of all the noise stuff. I don't know what this water UV stuff is. Like, does that do anything? WD speed. Tiling. Does not do anything. So I think we can get rid of all of that. And then on this, we don't really worry about it. We just set that to watercolor. Like that. Boom. So that's definitely simplified. So water surface color is mixing the surface color. Which, like, I don't even know. We also have offset speed. That doesn't do anything either, so get rid of that. So where's this surface color coming from? It's just from right there. It's watercolor between watercolor. So instead of saying surface color, just say watercolor. Then what's sky color? Just transparent. There's no point in defining that again, because I always want it to be like that. So let's do that. Okay, so now I think we can start to better understand this shader and how it works. Let's also get rid of these two things. Color correction. Okay. How long is stream today? Probably around 4-ish hours. I might go a little less today since we started late. But yeah. Because I was planning on meeting with Zach tonight, so I don't want to go on for too long. We're gonna go over deadlift stuff. We will be swapping over to deadlift stuff here in a little bit. I just want to put some work in on alert in because I know people are waiting for the keys to be sent out. All right, so we're getting 2 waves, blah, blah, blah. That's just a sign. Super simple. We combine the wave, multiply or divide it by 2, so we get the average done. So dynamic water level, this is just saying our base y, which is 0.5, minus combined wave times our amplitude. So the more we increase our amplitude, the more crazy it gets. So we want a pretty minimal amplitude. And also a very slow speed. And we could even dynamically change amplitude like this. Just because it would look cool. And then wave frequency is just how many frequent... Yeah, simple enough. So this is really where all the magic happens. We're saying smooth step. I need to understand smooth step better. As far as I know, it seems like it's like lerp, but... Let's figure out what the heck this thing is. Returns 0 if x is smaller than edge 0 and 1 if x is larger than edge 1. Okay. So it returns 0 if x is smaller than edge 0. So basically this is saying if our y is less than that, it returns... Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So what we want to do is kind of like do this again. So float water mask 2. So now we're doing uv.y minus 0.1. And we want to say wherever our first water mask is. Something like that. I don't know if this is going to work. Probably not. So that just flips it. But you can see there is a gap at the top. Interesting. So it's doing something. So that's just creating another line, which is not what we want. I don't know. It's hard, guys. Shaders are cool, but they are very difficult to understand and to program. Let's see here. I just want it to go away when it goes down below a certain level, I guess, is like what I want. I mean, we could just apply a big gradient on top of it, and that would work. Because we could just say, vector color is this. And then we say it's that times gradient, or times texture gradient UV. And then we can go add a gradient in here. Uniform sampler 2D gradient. And now I just give this a gradient texture 1D. I don't know if there's a way for me to swap the orientation of this. Usually what I do is just change this into a gradient 2D. And then what we say is that dot... Let's see. That's fine, I guess. Just keep both these white. Now look at that. So it lets us define a top, and then it fades out into transparency. So now when we put it all into place, we'll call this water line. Like so. Then we can define a base Y right here. Boom, raise that up. So like that. I'll have to raise this up. It sort of gives us this effect now. It doesn't look super great right now. We're getting there. Change that to cubic. It'll do the job for the most part. And we could decrease the transparency of the water. So something potentially like that. Just to give a little bit of a vibe of that there's water in here, right? It's not perfect. I would like to go back eventually and figure out how we can do another smooth step down. So that we get kind of like a thin white line at the top and then it does the gradient too. I don't know how we do that though. It's complicated. Because UVY is like, use dynamic water level. I mean, I wonder if we could potentially like, just do some wacky stuff in here. I want to try it really quick. And then if it doesn't work, that's fine. So we want to say if dynamic water level, let's add some parentheses, greater than uv.y, else, or then we say lf. And I forgot I have to use brackets. Go to 0.0. So what does this look like? Add semicolon. So we have to do less than and then greater than. And let's stop doing our texture stuff here. So if it's less than y, we set it to 1. Otherwise, if it's greater than that, minus 0.1. I should be setting it back to 0, but it doesn't. Oh, we have to say plus 0.1. But it doesn't work. Ah, because it's always above that. So we have to say this. But that doesn't really seem to work. Say big ups, welcome in. How do I see the chat? Another monitor? Yeah, I actually have 3 monitors set up. I don't use the 3rd monitor for streaming, but that's how I do it. I'm trying to figure out what's going wrong here. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're passing in... Yo, Season, what's up? Thank you for the cheese time. Do I use Claude? What is Claude? AI? I do not use any AI stuff. What's up, Mr. Blaze? Not much. I'm just working on some shader stuff. Let's see. So dynamic water level. So that's just a float. That's just a number. So what if we don't plus the UV? Does that just drop it? It does not. We're not doing smooth step anymore, right? No, we got rid of that. Subtracting it doesn't do anything. Well, that does. So if it's greater than that, which means that it's down. Then otherwise here I want to say if it's less... I guess then we say if it's greater than that, we set it back to 0. Yeah, I think for the hydrate. Then do we want to subtract that? It's complicated. So we want to add that. Add 0.5. Adding 0.5 doesn't do anything. Subtracting 0.5. Oh. Come on, guys. Hold on there, dude. Would you look at that? Beautiful. So now instead what we can do is we can also smooth step this just to make it look nice. So we do that. And I guess we don't have to say minus 0.1 here then. It doesn't really seem to be doing any smooth stepping. Okay, so this is technically top section. Let me leave a comment. And this is the bottom section. So get rid of the subtraction there. Then say plus 0.1. Oh, you can see it appearing. Minus 0.1. There we go. Minus 0.1. Because I like that little bit of like anti-aliasing. I kind of want to replicate that, right? So we can figure it out. So let's see. We need to say below it. We want to lerp it between just reverse these two. No. It's so weird how these two things interact with each other, you know? Because if I plus that one, then minus it, that doesn't do anything. So you'd think this is the top section, but it doesn't seem to be. It's really weird. Let's see, I'm trying to think how this works. So if our level's greater than our y, that should mean that we're down, because I'm pretty sure UV coordinates start at 0, 0 in the corner. So this technically should be the bottom section. And this should be the top section. So the top section is normal and we shouldn't touch it. What happens if we set this base UV to 0.5? Is that actually in the center? It's hard to tell. Close enough. Oh, I was like, what? Where did it go? Oh, I don't know if you guys saw that, but look. It is doing some kind of smooth stepping, but it's stepping... The pixels are black for some reason. That's because they're like down here. Let's change those. Okay, so that fixes that issue. We just got to figure out how to get this other smooth stepping working. So subtract or adding to that doesn't work. What if we plus 0.2 here? Nothing. Minus 0.2. You think we would just like flip it. So that this goes minus and then this goes plus. That doesn't seem to work. Maybe we just use a negative UVY? So that we just get the inverted one? But that doesn't work. I don't know, it's complicated. I mean, it's not the end of the world if we can't figure that part out. I'll go back to it later. Actually, I don't even know how this is working right now. This doesn't seem to make any sense. Oh, that's what's happening. So it's like this part probably wasn't even working at all. Because it was only doing this top part. This part just wasn't doing anything. I think what we need to do is offset it by plus 0.02. We might have to subtract it instead. Nope. It's gotta be doing something. It's greater than that. This is so confusing. Okay, so it's not running this part at all. Then likewise, if I comment this part out, I think it just doesn't do anything. Okay, it does a tiny little bit. We can see this is what it's doing on this side. So we could keep tweaking this until it like looks like something. So subtracting that did not work. We could say minus 0.2, plus 0.2. And that does do something, but it's still smooth stepping vertically. And it's just because we're not checking this right, because we're still checking if it's greater than that. We just have to say if it's less than that. Oh. And then we need to like inverse the UV. Or do something. Maybe instead now we say plus on that, minus on that. So that gives us that. So now what happens if I put these back in? Oh, but it's still in the same position, isn't it? Why is that not? What's going on? I can't do control slash. Oh, there we go. So do we just have to include the offset of the other one in here? Like that? That's still just doing that. Wait, is it though? Maybe that works. Hold on. Stop bringing me the line number, bro. Oh my god. Whatever. Oh, that's really close. Okay, so it is doing it on both sides. So I think I could just increase this amount now. Or I think I just have to say plus 0.2. Minus 0.2. Oh, we're so close. It almost like works perfectly when it's just at this amount, just at 0. We're so close. But yet so far. Oh? I mean, it looks nice. But it's not exactly what I want, you know? Could I just offset this to increase the height? Okay, we might be onto something. And then this, do I subtract or do Add? I don't really know. I think on that I subtract. Oh. Guys. I might have cracked it. Okay, so we set these back. And then... Look at that. Exactly what I wanted. Finally. Okay, anyways, sorry for taking a million years to do that. I know it's stupid. It's a very simple thing, but I just, I had to do it. I had to figure it out, guys. And I could also potentially clamp one of these so that I could force it to stay at a certain brightness. So I could say clamp min max. So we say minimum is 1 or 0.1, like that. Oops, I had to put another parenthesis there. So it might be hard to tell. You can see what that looks like now. So it kind of gives it like a... It makes the top of the water look like shiny or whatever. We could go that route if we want. It's possible. And I'd probably keep this water line at the very top. Anyways, guys, let's see what it looks like in game now, after a billion years. A lot of times it feels like shaders is just kind of like... messing and tweaking with values until it does what you want. Maybe it wouldn't feel like that if I was better at shaders, but I'm not. Look at that fish tank, guys. It's crazy. Pretty epic. Oh, man, that took forever. It's fine. We got it. Ugh. I'll keep working on the decorations in here more. I want to add like another upgrade for decorations so that when you build decorations, it actually visually changes the appearance of your tank. I've been thinking about doing that in a lot of places. So for example, when you get like decorations for your shop, like after you hit a certain level, it'll add on a new set of decorations into the world. So it starts off with just like some plants in the corner or something. But maybe if you hit like level 50 or something crazy, it generates a fountain in the center, right? I kind of like that dynamic, like the shop actually changing as you upgrade things. Yeah, like you actually get to see some like visual progress of these upgrades. Because that's another thing that I've never super liked with idle games sometimes is that the visual difference between the very beginning of the game and the very end of the game sometimes isn't very much. So you don't really get this grand sense of like quantifying how much money you've earned and how many upgrades you've bought. But if you can visually see all of those apply to the world, your upgrades, then it makes them feel way more meaningful, I think. So that's probably what I'll be doing. I want all of the upgrades in the game to actually like be visual and you can look at them and be like, whoa, my things are actually changing around. So yeah, anyways, fish tank is finally set up. The last thing I got to do for this now is just go through and make it look cool. And then also we're going to do some fish AI, which fish are stupid. So it's really easy to do them. It's go to random point, stop for a minute, go to random other point. I might even add, just for fun, a little mini game where you can drop food pellets, you know, like Insane Aquarium. So you can go into your tank and click around and drop food, just to give you something to do inside of the shop. Because why not? And maybe fish can drop like a little special coin or something, a little special gem occasionally. We'll see. Every now and then one of the fish can follow your cursor for a bit. Yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be cool to have like a little button to go like full screen mode on a tank so you can just kind of passively watch the tank. I might do that. Then like button to full screen tank and chill. Screensaver mode. But yeah, anyways. It's looking good. The next thing now that the aquarium stuff is mostly set up, all I have to do is just add a button into the inventory, so that once we catch a fish, we can choose to put it inside of a tank. It's going to be super simple. You just click here, there's going to be some kind of button somewhere that's like, maybe I just put it down here and it says add to tank. So you click it, it hides the menu, it shows some text, select tank, and then you can just hover over these tanks. It'll show like the capacity of each one, and then you just click on it, boom, and then it adds it into the tank, and that's it. And then I just had to calculate the passive income per second and stuff on all your tanks. And once that's in place, it's really going to start to feel like an actual game, because now you've got your passive income methods, and you can just straight up sell if you don't want to do any passive income, but that would be much harder. It's coming along. This is what I like about idle games, is they're so simple to get the core gameplay loop, but like it doesn't take very long. I feel like I could practically get this ready in a couple days. I'm hoping that we can do the playtesting on this super soon. Literally as soon as I get the base functionality in. I need to do one little fishing mini game, so that's not just click. And then the passive fish, and I think that's pretty much it. So. And then it's just, you know, building up on what we already have from there. So, anyways. Let's, we're going to work on some deadlift now, guys. So I've been making a bunch of changes. You can see the change log here. So far. This is all from, like, yesterday. We're just fixing a lot of bugs and, you know, doing stuff. I'll be making some other larger changes soon, since I'm going to meet with Zach tonight, and we're going to figure out what to do with the rovers. Let's go ahead and just boot up the game, and I'll show you guys what's going on. I can go make sure alert in is off. Get away, get away! Yeah, it is deadlift time. Okay. So, I've been working more on the debug mode. There's now a big text thing that says debug mode active, and I've been just trying to make it as convenient as possible to use debug mode, and it's really helped speed up testing. It does a lot of different things now in the game. Technically, anybody can use debug mode, but keep in mind it completely ruins the balance of everything, so probably not a good idea to really test things in debug mode unless you're developing the game. But first off, I spawn instantly in the elevator. I'm way faster in debug mode. You can also see that test light is on, so I can see everything and we're not cast in darkness. The elevator transition time is set to 0, so I just immediately travel and the maze is generated. And yeah, it's very convenient. Also, I don't take damage. But yeah, I've been working a lot on improving Ares and like his navigation stuff. And it's going good. I think he's definitely much more scary and interesting to deal with now. So I'll go over some of the changes I did to him. Let's go over there. So there's some things about it that I always felt was a little silly. So first off, he has a much larger aggro range. So you can't like walk up 2 feet in front of him and then he still doesn't aggro on you. So he has like a couple different states. So this state, he's like chases you. He walks toward you like he's about to get you. And if he gets close enough, he starts his charge phase. So he does that. He charges away, but if he goes too far away, he doesn't just keep charging. He now decides to come back and follow you if you go too far. You might also notice all the new sounds too when he does his scrape. He does that, and when he starts the charge and stuff, little sounds like that help a lot. Also, his collision area is way larger. You can see it's like almost the entire corridor. So you can't really cheese him as easily now. You can't just go to the edge and block all his damage. Like, if he's rushing at you, you really have no choice but to get out of the way. So, I think that's the, that's gonna work. Oh, that was one of the giggly guys. He's like so silly, very silly goat, yeah. I think it works though. So yeah, definitely much more of a problem now to deal with, which is good. I want him to be, like, annoying and hard. You can hide from him, so if he's chasing after you and you're a certain distance away or whatever, like 4 meters, you can hide under the table. So I've successfully hidden from him. He doesn't know where I am, right? And if I'm hidden and he's not aggroed onto me, he's never gonna find me. So I can just chill under here and I'm okay. But if I step out of this table, he's gonna immediately aggro onto me and then charge. So, and I also like added some caps on how many times these animations loop. Because I've noticed sometimes that he gets stuck in his like stunned animation for way too long. So now he only does it like a maximum of like 4 times and then, yeah. Also, he moves a lot faster when he charges also. You can see, like, I'm insanely fast right now, but if I'm walking at normal speed, you can no longer outrun his charge. Like, you can get out of the way, but he's too fast for you to just run straight and avoid it. I think I want to make him even faster when he charges, though. And I want to swap out his animation when he's charging, because right now it looks a little stupid with its feet going like this, because that's just not how horses run. He needs to have like a gallop animation for when he's actually charging, right? So he's going to do that, and then he charges in like a galloping motion. So I think that'll be much better. You can see, since he's close enough to me, he's still locked onto me. He just de-aggroed because he charged away, but... Anyways, I'm about to die. Because I'm not in creative mode. Not creative mode, debug mode. So, hey, Ace Fencer, welcome in. How's it going? Don't like the randomness of the charge jump time? It's fair. It is something I can pretty easily change, so if that's a bad thing that nobody likes, you know, let me know. Also, I fixed his collision stuff so he doesn't get stuck on the door anymore. So you can't just have him charge at you and go hide in your elevator, because now he will charge into your elevator. Yeah, like this. So you're kind of fricked up if you don't get out of the way. I'm so slow. Damaged. You can hide under your table in here. So if you hear him walking in or whatever like this, we can just hide under here and wait. Also, I implemented another thing. He now does idle stages. So you can see he's in his idle state right now. Before he would just immediately as he stops, he goes and finds another target. Now he will like stop for a minute in between each retarget. I think it's good for enemies to sometimes just kind of chill and wait around. I don't want them to be constantly moving around because I think it's just it's too much. I can go ahead and disable the debug overlay for collisions. It's kind of annoying. Just watching Glorious Bastards, pretty good. Nice. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. Also, I want to fix these stairs really quick. I have not watched it, but someday. Where's World? Oh, is World inside of here? No. Outside is what I call it. Let's fix these stairs. It's just that I forgot to model the geometry in between the stairs. It's a pretty easy fix, though. Oh, it's actually a separate object. I see. So let's bring that back all the way. Then we'll set the global position on the Y to the same as that one. Then we can just say face, fill. No face is filled. Oh, I have to do that. Okay, snooze the ad. I'll read chat 1 second, guys. Hold on. Face, fill, boom. I can do the other one. Grab the Y. Okay, anyways. Oh, so that one they're excited. That's true, that's true. Yeah, not as... I don't want him to be cute. He's supposed to be a monster, so I had to make him more intimidating. There we go. Also think it could fast when trying to find you after losing you. Oh yeah. Because when I hide, Ares keeps camping my hiding spot. Okay. So move faster when trying to find you. Yeah, we could do some kind of like search mode, you know? If he was searching for you, he has a certain time period after where he like frantically runs around trying to find where you are. Something like that could work. We'll see. This should be fixed now. Let's add that to the change log. Fix an issue where the sides of the entrance staircase were invisible. Or just not there, really. Alright. It's coming along. So yeah, the big conflict that we're dealing with is the rovers right now. Because it's honestly, to be real, just really hard to make. There's basically two routes that we could take with on-foot versus rover gameplay. So the first route is we have like full on-foot. That's the priority of gameplay. And then the other thing is we could focus full on rovers. Right now, it's kind of a weird, like, almost mix of both, and I think it's just not good. So I think what we're going to try and do, me and Zach are going to deliberate tonight and figure out the exact path forward, but we need to, like, we're going to change rovers. I think we're going to focus on trying to make the on-foot stuff, like, the priority. Whereas rovers, I think, are going to be more as like a helpful tool. We're trying to think about how that's going to work, but we've got a couple ideas. I think we're going to make it less important, so there's probably not going to be a tablet anymore inside of this area. Yeah, there's a couple options. I mean, we could keep the tablet, and I think Zafenster, you were saying doing like an automatic rover stuff, which could work. But, you know, it's a whole thing. So there's that, or we could keep rovers as kind of like a, what's the word? Like a little helper consumable utility thing. Like maybe there's a couple rooms where the only kind of object that can get through there is a rover. So in those cases, it would be necessary for you to have a rover to grab items from there. But yeah. I forgot both my rovers on the floor, then use the lift. Oh, yeah. We do want a thing where if you lose rovers or leave them behind, eventually you'd find them on another level. So that's the idea. But I don't know if we're going to do that anymore. If rovers are going to be losable, I'm not sure yet. We have to think about it. Maybe the rovers move around scanning for items and monsters. Yeah, I mean, that's like... I think we're probably going to do something like that. To be honest, driving the rovers manually is not like super fun. I think it's just kind of boring. Because we've set up all these systems for entities to target onto you and different like behaviors to avoid and stuff. And then we just tell the player, okay, now you're going to sit in the elevator and click a button over and over to drive a rover around. That doesn't fit the vibe, you know? So I think what's going to work better is like rovers are probably not going to be controlled anymore unless it's a very specific circumstance. Like if we have some kind of broken hole in the wall where the rover has to go in, maybe then we manually control the rover. But even then, I think it might just be better just to have rovers be like an automatic thing. So I think we might be doing that change. I just think trying to do both rover and on foot is just too much work, too complicated. So it really kind of disrupts the flow of gameplay, I feel like. And I think it would be kind of nice to know that we're prioritizing on-foot gameplay. It kind of opens us up to like, all right, let's start adding in consumables and things to make it more fun and easier, rather than just trying to make it so hard to make the rovers fun. Because the problem is it doesn't actually make the rovers fun if it's really hard to go on foot. I think just the manual driving of rovers inherently is flawed. So that's not really a good solution. That's sort of been almost the solution up until now, but I'm realizing it's stupid, so. But yeah. Use River's map of the floor. Yeah, I think for that, I want to add in an item, something like chalk, so that you can leave a mark and kind of keep track of where you are in the maze. I think that would be fun. I want more items like that that you can either craft or buy in a shop that help you navigate. So I'm definitely thinking about that. Yeah, it'd be a nice diegetic way of doing that. So we got an ad starting in a minute, so my apologies, gamers. Crafting does not work yet. It will, but I just need to think of things that would actually be crafted, so I will be working on that. I just gotta, like, figure it out. But yeah, we will. It's like iron lung, yeah. Rovers be a thing you carry with the tablet, use on a hole in the wall to unlock a door. Yeah, right? That's like another potential thing that we could do, I think. Is like make it more like a an item, like a tool versus a whole mechanic of the game. So I think something along those lines is what we're going to be doing. Yeah, something I also would like to get started on is doing the initial sort of introduction zone, right? And also, I think a tutorial is also in order. Because some people have expressed confusion about what to do and how things work, so I think that would be quite helpful. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's not like it's exactly what I would expect because I didn't put in a tutorial yet. But yeah. I saw the rovers, I thought they were carts. Yeah, because I had 3 slots. Only have 1 item slot, yeah. I see. Yeah, a little like wagon could be a neat thing to acquire. But yeah, I'm thinking about possibly scaling the rovers way down. Like, make it so the rovers are not, they don't pick up items anymore. I don't know. We need to figure out what rovers and what their position's gonna be. I think we've got a couple different options. Like we've got rovers are attached to tablet and can be passed through tiny spaces to open doors. Right, so that's one option. It's kind of like a little helpful tool. The other option is that rovers are fully automatic and will roam around for items and come back automatically, right? So that's one option. What else do we have? See, not knowing what to do is kind of cool. Not knowing what my goal is not. That's fair. I totally know what you mean. I think that's the main thing I want to address. It's not so much like, I mean, I'll put some basic keyboard prompts and stuff on screen, but just so that people aren't like, oh, I should have known that thing was there the whole time. But I'm not gonna worry so much about doing a tutorial for every single little thing, because I think a big part of this game is figuring things out, right? I definitely don't want any kind of tutorial for any entities, because the whole idea with those guys is that you have to experiment and interact with them to understand their behavior so that you can deal with them in a safe way. Also, ads are over. Sorry about that. Have I heard of the game Kletka? I have not. Let's give it a look. It's also about using a lift to go to different floors, yeah. It's a 6-player game. You've gun. Okay. Bottle shop. Very backrooms coded. There's definitely a big difference between multiplayer and single player, I've noticed, working on Deadlift. Like, it kind of changes the way that you approach the whole thing. This seems to be multiplayer, so But multiplayer horror games like this are very like... It's more focused on just horror specifically designed for like playing with other people. So it's much different. It's usually a lot more fast paced and not so like strategic, you know? Because if it was strategic, it would kind of not be fun. Because then you're completely relying on everybody else to do a perfect job. Deadlift 1, that's crazy. Yeah, looks pretty neat though. But yeah. There's also another game I think that somebody mentioned. It's quite a bit different. It was like weird though, because it was like a prop hunt thing, but it did include an elevator. I think it was called it was something weird. It was like Golden Light. I guess it also has an elevator, but it's a way different thing. And also it's very Lethal Company code of the cell shading. But I think what you do in this is you have to like find the bad guy or something. I don't really know what this is all about, but it's like a prop hunt game, which is interesting. I wonder how that would work. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, Click has more like Lethal Company. Yeah, I definitely want to distance Deadlift away from like Lethal Company repo type gameplay. Like it is, you know, go into place and collect items, but it's definitely more focused on the like resource management of it. More so than just hit quota, because that's what all these games do. I'm sure this game probably has some kind of quota system. There is no real quota in Deadlift. The only goal really is just to go as far as you can. I've always kind of disliked quota mechanics in games like Lethal Company, because it just makes it like it doesn't give you any like time to experiment and explore. It's kind of not my favorite. It's basically just like an excuse for the design of the game, just being like, oh, we don't know how to make the game balanced and fun, so we're just going to give you a number that you have to hit, otherwise you just die for some reason. I don't know. I've always disliked that approach, so I definitely don't want to do that with Deadlift. They're playing like boost items. Deadlift could slightly turn to a roguelite direction. I definitely think there will be consumables and stuff in Deadlift. I want to have like just different tools and items that you can bring in with you. I still don't know if we're gonna have an inventory slot or like a inventory like this, like a hotbar. Maybe we'll do a hotbar thing. It depends on how many consumable stuff that we'd start doing. If it becomes a very consumable heavy thing, then I think it would be necessary to have a hotbar. But it's hard to say. Another thing too I really want to focus on with Deadlift is less of like, I've seen a lot of games where the place that you go into is still kind of like a normal running facility, but I definitely want everything in Deadlift to be destroyed. Like there shouldn't really be any just like, you know, regular old stuff laying around. Interesting though to look at the corridors and stuff just for design ideas, you know. They've got a massive like baseboard. This one's just brick zone. I would like to switch it up on some of the corridors in Deadlift to be more interesting with like doors and stuff, so I might do that eventually. Are mystical gates to other places, elevators like that, but even more mystical. Yeah. It's a pretty easy thing to use as a mechanic. The company was great before people started trying to win and optimize. Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. I already feel like it's kind of tiresome to pick up and throw 3 objects, get them to my base. Yeah, I totally feel that. I'm definitely leaning toward probably doing at least a couple hotbar slots. We're going to be talking about that today in our meeting and really getting all that stuff figured out. You might be finished with the update. Let's go. The Kleka lift has a giant mouth on the roof. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that here. What does that do? Do you have to, like, feed the elevator or something? Is that, like, how you descend? I don't know. It's a big mechanic. Yeah, yeah. The company was fun for an hour, then I realized the whole game is surface level. Yeah. Definitely, I think always, yeah, that was one of the big complaints I always had about Lethal Company, was that it's technically procedural, but there's like 2 guys that you ever find in a given region. I'm sure they've probably made more updates and stuff since, but like, it was always just very samey. Every single time you went in, it was the exact same process. I definitely want to avoid that with Deadlift, right? We're going to really be focusing on a lot of different, just a lot of variety when it comes to types of entities and regions, and we want to do more environmental obstacles. We also need to get started eventually on the sound system, because I want it to be where if any sound happens in the maze, that can potentially alert nearby entities, which is going to really change gameplay a lot, because you actually have to think about what noises you're making. So if you're like sprinting through the halls, that's going to matter because everyone's going to hear you. So if I do say it gets a bit boring, we have to get so many levers, food, drink, materials. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely want to, I'll be balancing the rates at which those things spawn in. I think I'll probably decrease the rate at which breakers spawn right now. Right now, it's just maps to the current level you're on. So if you're on level 1, it spawns 1. If you're on 2, it spawns 2. So it does ramp up pretty quickly. I would like to make it not ramp up so fast. So, and again, I think I want to add in a bunch of like different tools and elevator upgrades especially that help you find where those are. That's another big thing. Maybe some kind of like, you know, radio tower thing where you get like a little handheld compass that points to the direction of the next breaker. So it wouldn't necessarily tell you the exact route to go through the maze, but at least you get a general idea of where it is. It would be helpful. I think stuff like that would be good. Can we get like a water gun or something just so we aren't naked? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think we want to do it. We definitely, like, one of the hard rules that we want is none of the entities will be killable. Because I think that kind of ruins the horror aspect a little bit. Where if you can just kill Ares, then, like, what's the point? It gives, like, the player too much security, right? To just be able to kill stuff. I think what I'd prefer, instead of like guns and stuff like that to deal with, I want it to be more of like a distraction based thing where you can throw an item in a direction and that sound the item makes will distract the entity. Stuff like that. So that's, I think, going to be more the play. I'd also ramp up maze size. Yeah, I definitely want to, like, difficulty balancing is one of those things I'm going to be spending a lot of time on. I'm going to create way more maps. We've only got like 4 different types right now, but I want to make at least 10 or 20. And then just slowly start ramping up the size as time goes on instead of immediately spawning you in a huge one, because it's not very fun if that's the way it goes, right? I wanted to kind of the size of the maze to map accordingly with what items you have. So like if we go the route of automatic rovers, it would be a little bit better to have like tools already from the previous levels to make the larger maps easier to deal with. So I think that's going to be more the play. How does the spawning for the entities work? Right now it's completely random, but that's going to change. I want to do a couple different things to assure a good variety of enemies. I want some enemies to be like one-shot enemies. So if one of them spawns in the maze, then no others of them spawn. That's probably only going to be for, you know, very specific guys. Guys that are very dangerous or special. Otherwise, I want to always set like a maximum limit for how many can spawn. And we haven't done any weighting systems yet, so right now it's completely even across the board of which one spawns, which is not the way it's going to work in the end. I want to do different regions can spawn different types of entities. So immediately that'll kind of change things quite a bit. Of course, they can move around, but I'm also thinking about having some kind of system, possibly, where they sort of hang around the region that they start in. But I'm still thinking that over. We'll see. Oh, one of my favorite horror elements, Deadlift, was the vent guy. Yeah, so we're worried about getting my elevator in time. Yeah, I do think the vent guy is good. I'll be tweaking the timer on that, you know, to make it feel right. Because I don't want to... The thing is, like, I don't want to set the timer way too short and then just make it annoying and frustrating to go into the maze. But I also don't want that timer to be so long that it feels like you can take your time. Because I want there to be always like a pressure on you when you're out in the maze, knowing that you have to make sure you don't get lost. Because if you do, then you're gonna die. So I think I kind of like that, you know, pressure on the player to have to navigate. And I'm not just expecting people to go in blind doing that. Like, I want to create tools for them to do that, like the chalk that I mentioned, I think would be really helpful. Because you could, like, mark out where you are, places that you've already been to. So if you go down a corridor and there's nothing down there, you can just mark some chalk at, like, the entrance to that area, and then you immediately know, okay, don't go down there, because it's a waste of time. So that'll really help people navigate through larger mazes. I don't know if I'll keep that as a consumable item or not, or just like a built-in tool that the player can use. But I'll think about that. The vent guy doesn't attack you yet. We'll be working on that. But every, I think, 40 to 120 seconds, he opens up the hatch a stage. So there's a couple different stages to the hatch. Once you hit like stage 4 of the hatch, that means it's fully open, and he'll get you. So it's kind of like the marionette in FNAF 2, for example. It's like a distraction for the player, so you can't get too comfortable or take too much time inside of the maze. I think how it's probably going to work is that if you... I mean, it would be pretty stupid if you let the hatch open when you're in the elevator. But if you did that, I think he would just crawl out and get you. You die. Because if you're gonna be that oblivious, then I think it's fair to just kill you. And then once he escapes the hatch and you're out inside of the maze, I think there's a couple routes that we could possibly take with that phase. One option is that he just stands in your elevator staring, waiting for you to come back. Because I do want a real punishment for the player if they take too long. But I don't know if an instant kill is exactly fair. So it's hard to say. I might do like... I don't know, what do we want to do here? He could either stand here, then as soon as you get too close to him, he runs at you and gets you. Or it's kind of like, it just unleashes him into the maze. And he's extremely annoying and difficult, not annoying, but extremely deadly to deal with. So it kind of, you know, encourages you to leave. Have many close calls. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't actually do anything yet, so technically you could just leave it open, but we're going to be working on that today also. So... To me, being in the maze too long is in itself a punishment, since you have more of a chance to get hit / killed. That's totally fair, yeah. I think what it more so is a punishment to getting lost. Like, because if you can't remember how to get back, that's kind of the case where it matters. Less so than just the amount of time that you spend in. But, yeah, punishment agreed. But I'm totally open to ideas. Like, this is the whole thing about playtesting, is like, every idea or thing that I add into the game, until it's actually tested, is a theory. Right? Like, maybe that would be a fun mechanic, but it's almost impossible to really know for sure unless we actually add it and play with it, you know? So it's just one of those things. So if anybody, you know, that's why I want to do playtesting so early, because I think it really matters in shaping the final experience of the game. Like, I just genuinely want to know what you guys think. If certain stuff is fun or not fun, or should be changed, right? Like, same thing with the rovers. Like, that's why I wanted to get this in and, like, playtest this, because we got to figure out what to do about the rovers. And I think I'm glad that people have expressed their opinions about it, right? And I completely agree with everybody. It's boring. So I need to think about how to make it not boring. And that's really what playtesting is, right? Is get feedback, make a change, get feedback again, make another change. That's all it is. We just have to be iterative with testing out different things. I make an assumption, I test to verify the assumption or disprove the assumption. So. But yeah, like, don't be afraid to, I don't want anybody to worry about being nice or whatever. Like, I want the cold, hard truth, even if it is, you know, mean. Because I think that's really the most important thing in actually making the game better, is ripping off the Band-Aid and fixing things that are bad now and early before it's too late. So, I am goofing off, yeah. I'm just thinking about what I want to work on next. A lot of what I want to do kind of depends on the meeting tonight, so it's hard to say. But one thing I do want to do is start throwing in, like, I do want to work on, like, the corkboard stuff so you can put notes on here. I do have this stupid test note here, but it's dumb. Work on, the, game. I'm just trying to think of what to work on. Because I don't want to keep building up a system that we decide that is, you know, not gonna make the final cut right now. So what do I know will be good? Oh yeah, also I completely forgot to show you guys. I also did a bunch of changes to the shopkeeper. I should have. I don't know why I didn't show you guys that. Let's go look at that. That's why I have a survey for my playtesting. Yeah, surveys are a good option. Let's go show this off. It's a horror game, and I think the dread is a very important element. Yeah. I think even if it's not like a super dangerous thing, it's just the fact that it's always hanging over you in the back of your head is what matters more. So the text works now. So we can go ahead and spawn in some items. So I can throw him some wood scrap. There's some sounds now. Pleasure doing business. So yeah. Hopefully it helps. Well, first off, it removes the bug of the text being visible anywhere. But, you know, just adds a little more life to the trading. I've got it set up so I can just make them say whatever. So I think it'd be fun to add in just a couple little goofy lines. Maybe if you sit here and stare at the shopkeeper, they say something. You know, for like, if you stare for way too long. Or like, also, if you throw in an item that they don't want, like this, then, you know, they give you some feedback on that, so yeah, that's helpful. You can't really calculate the vent guy. Say, for example, you get chased by a horse, take too long because of it. Yeah, so you took too long, the vent guy kills you, and the only thing you did wrong is got unlucky. Yeah, I mean, that's completely fair. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to say. I like the idea of it. The mental state it puts you in, right? But I could definitely see some situations where it could potentially be a problem. Yeah, it's always hard to say. And this is why it's... design can be tricky sometimes, because it's like... it seems like something might do something, but in reality it might be the opposite, so... I don't know. I think what's probably gonna just make the most sense in cases like that is just add it in and see what is the difference, right? Because you're never gonna really know unless you truly experiment and get a quantifiable result. I need to see, like, I mean, not quantifiable, but, you know, something people can actually test and compare with. So, that might be the play. I mean, he's already half implemented. I might as well just do the jump scare and then that's it. Or not the jump scare, but, you know, the death mechanic. I think it'd be nice to know what some of the items are. I thought the mug kick was a drink. It is, isn't it? There is a bug that I fixed. There's a bunch of bugs I fixed that should hopefully make the food stuff way more intuitive. Because it kept, for some reason, treating regular items as, like, a valid food item. So you'd put it on the plate, and it would not give you the message that you're hungry, so you think, oh, that must be food then. But it wasn't. So that's been fixed. That'll make it much more obvious what's going on here. But yeah, this is a liquid. So this is water. Yeah. It was liquid. But... that is one thing that's, yeah, I would like to kind of address in a way. I don't want it to be too obvious, like what is water and what is food. Because again, I think a big part of horror is kind of like learning. As you have to like make mistakes and figure it out. Because if you just know everything instantly from the very beginning, I think it's going to be really boring to play. Like, I think what makes this game fun is the discovery process. You know, to a point. Obviously, I don't want everything to be a discovery process, because sometimes you shouldn't have to spend time to discover what the button is to activate your flashlight, right? Stuff like that's not fun. But, I don't know. I'll have to think about the way to you know, imply information like that to the player. I think it's too punishing if it is an instant kill. Maybe let him hit you and take some of your items or something like that. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm probably leaning more toward. It's not just a instant kill. He might instant kill you if you're inside of the elevator, because that's kind of on you. But I think I'd rather just have him kind of unleashed as an entity into the maze rather than just standing in the elevator, maybe. It might just be a little bit more, I don't know, fair. Because I always like with stuff like that, I don't like hard caps, right? Same with like the quota system in Lethal Company, for example. I think hard caps are not fun. So I don't want it to just be instant death, you know, you took too long. I think what's a much better way to go about it is just make the maze significantly harder once he's unleashed. It's probably going to be the play. And maybe he's like, he doesn't ever go into your elevator, so that's kind of like the way to combat him, is if you can get around him and get back to the elevator, then you're good to go. So I think food items / drink items should only be able to be placed on their plates. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. I'll probably be implementing that. I did fix some kobold stuff, by the way, too. In the past, the kobolds would try to grab items from areas that they couldn't reach. So now they don't do that anymore. What they do instead is they walk up to an item they can't reach and think about it. They're like, and then decide to move on. And they remember which items they can't pick up. So once an item is moved again, then they attempt to pick it up again. But yeah. Let's see here. Hold on, guys. I'm just gonna add Yelp review over into the alert in roll really quick before I forget. Where is it? In the server. I can't see the... Gosh dang it. Okay, we'll do that later then. Yeah, anyways. Well, I want to work on the new, like, it's not quite a tutorial, but the surface level. It's kind of like a... I want to add in a zone that's more, like, only partially down in the depths. If we go to Miro, I think this is going to be the best way to explain this. Let's go over there. Let's see. So for the levels, this is just the surface area we already have in the game. This is the place that I want to be always spawning as the first level that you enter into. Like, it's kind of like a chance for a player to get used to mechanics in a more safe environment before they immediately get destroyed by dangerous guys, right? There will be some guys that are semi-dangerous here. We want to have like a special entity type here. And maybe a couple other different guys. Maybe the kobolds could spawn here, but just simple, mostly safe guys. But this would kind of be like a chance for you to like just understand the mechanic of getting items and stuff, exploring without, you know, death hanging over you immediately from the very beginning. So I'm thinking we'll add that. In worst case scenario, if we'd figure out that it's not that fun to make the level 2 like easy initially, then we can just make it harder. So I think it should be okay. But we can start kind of working on this zone. It's going to be sort of like I mentioned in there, semi-exposed. So I want it to be not completely dark. It will be darker than the, or not darker than the surface, but not as dark as the deep dark, you know. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm trying to think of how I want to model it. Because I want to do like... let's see here. The deep dark is in the regular zone that you play in right now. It's not actually called the deep dark, but it's deep and it's dark, so, you know. I guess it's the deep dark. Anyways. We can just start modeling that now. Wonder how is the surface of a clear going under the earth? I think it's not going to be completely on the surface. Like, there's going to be certain areas that have like a light shining through, but it still definitely imply that it's underground. Like, I imagine it is like a basement, so, but it's not like, you know, 100 feet in the ground. So we're going to try and make that sort of work. So let's go into our corridors scene. Just start modeling them in here. Because I want to do some cracks in the ceiling with like some light rays shining through. It's not going to be like super bright. It's not like a beaming beam of the sun, but so something's like lagging my computer. Is it a satisfactory modeling? Close that just in case. Let me check the old task manager. I wish I could get new RAM, guys. Upgrade my computer. It's never gonna happen. It's still just my GPU. I'm always out of VRAM. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, the camera is frozen. Why did that happen? Hold on, guys. Okay, maybe the NVIDIA broadcast thing died. There is an update. Oh. It's like, okay, nope. It's because my GPU is dying. Let's close some stuff, I guess. What is killing my GPU so hard? I mean, I've got stuff open, but like, here. So let's make sure we have all the extra. Oh, there we go. The webcam's mostly back. So nice. Can't take it anymore. Okay. Yeah, it's on my side. It should be okay now, I think. I'm just going through and closing everything. Let's see. That can all be closed. Boom. Sometimes I think Godot's like rendering is very unoptimized in the editor because it tends to process stuff like scenes that are open in the background. Because if you have a lot of scenes open, your game slows to a crawl and your CPU usage jumps up insanely. So it's like, it's a little funny. I'm just gonna close all that just to be safe. We should be okay now, hopefully. Let's see where we're at. Not that much different, but it's slightly better. Yeah, I really wish I could get like a 4090 or something, right? Because I just need more VRAM. That's the only constraint. It's not really the performance of my card. Is this when I have Blender open and the game open and all these other things going on and I'm streaming? It's a lot of GPU VRAM. All right. So let's figure out what we want to do for these. I mean, these are basically fine. Model-wise. I could just duplicate these and rename them. So this is... What do I call this? I'll just call it the lobby. Well, actually, there's different biomes in there, so let's just go to Miro. See what I actually call the biomes. Because these are all individual biomes. That's something about Deadlift that's going to be nice, is I can mix and match any biome I want, right? So I could, like, just create, like, 20 biomes, and now we've got a huge variety of maps just because of those couple biomes. So there's one that's going to be called Overgrown. Let's do that. I'd like some more water elements in Deadlift. I think that'd be cool. I'm just thinking about that because of the song right now has water dripping. But it would be cool. Stagnant water. Okay, I think that's all the one. There should be 5. Yeah. So we can save those. And then back into here. Heard NVIDIA's bringing back the 3090 since it doesn't use advanced VRAM. Yeah, I think they're bringing back all the 3000 cards, which is... it's insane. Because you know they're going to be charging a full normal price for that for a 5-year-old card. It's stupid, man. The graphics card, the computer hardware industry in general is really bad right now. I'm so tired of all the AI crap, dude. Are you gonna have some last floor, like the end, or is it completely score based? We've talked about doing potentially like a special level at like 10 levels or whatever that kind of acts as like a potential ending. If anybody's ever played like Risk of Rain, like just 2 as an example, when you finish an area, you have like the option of there's like that portal at the end. When you're doing the final level, quote unquote, in Risk of Rain, you have the option of going through the portal to like defeat the final boss and win the game, or you can just choose to keep descending deeper. So I think we're probably going to have something sort of like that in Deadlift. I don't exactly know what the ending would be or anything, but it would probably be something along those lines of like giving the player a choice to keep just going deep as they want so that they can keep racking up a higher score, or they can like finish the canonical ending of the game. So I think that's going to be the play. I think it's just the best of both worlds. Because it's really nothing. There's no extra work to let them keep going since everything's procedural already anyways. But then they also get to have a nice complete story ending, you know. I don't know exactly what that's going to be yet, but thinking about it. I have a 3080, 12 gigabytes, great. I mean, I do like my card. I have a 3080 Ti, so I'm in the same boat. I got 12 gigabytes of VRAM. And usually it's completely fine, and that's plenty for most people. But the problem is when I'm doing, you know, creative applications, that causes issues. Because I've got Blender open, I've got the game open, I've got like 3 Godot projects open, and then I've got like OBS streaming, I've got just so many things open, and it's not like I can close these things because then I can't use them. So I have to keep it all open. I just need more VRAM. I don't know. Eventually I'll try and get like a 90 series card or whatever, a 90 card. Because it's insane how much VRAM they have, man. The 5090 has 32 gigs. Doubling my VRAM would be kind of awesome. But I don't know how I'm ever going to be able to buy one of these things. I mean, honestly though, I know that Asus said they were going to be ramping up their graphics card production. And they've got one available. Can you actually buy it? Or is it going to like go to it and be like out of stock? What is wrong with this website, bro? Notify me. Yeah, it's out of stock. That's what I assumed. I always hate when... Why advertise the price if I can't buy it? Not in stock anywhere. If I could find a card for $2,000 for a 5090, that would be pretty good, actually. So... Sounds good. Always like endless mode, but also goal to achieve? Yeah. Endless, but every so often you get an opportunity to end. Exactly, yeah. That's, I think, is going to be the best of both worlds. So... Okay, so we got those in. Let's go over to... We're going to be doing some texturing. Corridor library source. Let's hide all those. Alright, so we got these 3 corridors. So I want these places to be very overgrown. Sort of a plant, viney area. So I'm thinking what I want to do in terms of texturing. Let's open up good old Filter Forge. And in these areas, I want lots of plants and stuff to spawn, so... Concrete. So we have this concrete for this one. Thank you for the speed. Bay 3 should be out now. Epic. We'll check that out. I could look for, like, I could just literally search overgrown. Ruin tiles. It's not really the vibe, though. Well, there's a lot of variations you can do with this one, though. Yeah. I think what might work better then is just to do regular concrete, but just have it, like, generate with plants all over it. Because I can choose inside of my, like, generate decals or whatever, what spawns like that, so I just do that. Yeah, Cosmos game should be on, it's on itch. I'll go to it right now. We'll try it out. Feed. Is this the game? Breathing Walls. It has an epic name now. I think it's public, right? Does it show up in your list? Yeah. There we go. Okay, what's new? New name. TTS voice. Music, multiple nights, saving. Alright, epic. Let's try it out. I don't know if we'll do it every single night, but I'm just curious to try it out. Where's our music? Let's give it a try. Options menu. Crazy. No options menu.
Hello and welcome to your new job at Pepe Corp. This is your entry seminar. You might have noticed the two vents to your left and right. Some undefined beings may or may not will visit you during your shift. And your job is to keep them out. You do this by the various utensils in your arsenal. That's all you need to know for now. See you tomorrow. Pepe Corp is not responsible for any injury, dismemberment, or death as described in your contract. By the way, don't worry, this is just a placeholder.
I can't do A and D on this. I guess it's probably disabled first night. Okay. And Blink Cat. Some fun with the TTS voice, by the way. Yeah. It's pretty easy to set up TTS with Godot, so they just have a couple simple functions for it. Ooh. It's only the first 3 nights, yeah, just to teach them stuff. Okay. Be fun if I had something to do while I'm waiting for guys to show up. I know eventually the monitor, the screen, but... It is time to reverse, yeah. Should make it way easier. It's not really that hard, I mean... Yeah. Are you supposed to tell where the pink guy is? If you listen, you can hear a noise whenever he shows up in the vent. So... It might be hard to hear on stream. 6 a.m. We did it. Second day.
Hello and welcome back at Pepe Corp. This is your second entry seminar. Yesterday you might have already seen the big fucking computer right in front of you. Well, good news, we finally fixed it up. Even though it may or may not have a killer computer virus that is still a win. Have fun and see you soon.
I wonder if the clowns are going to show up. Oh yeah, I have to actually do it now. Oh, they do. Oh. Oh, he shouldn't? Well, he is. Whoa. Ogre Beans, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, that's okay.
Hello and welcome.
Oh, there's no main menu option. Okay. Welcome in. We're just testing out a game by Cosmo. Yeah, sorry about the jump scare, the literal jump scare. Yeah, no, it's okay. But yeah. How's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? We've been just working on Deadlift today. Definitely some big design changes that we'll be working on soon, I think. Breaking everything, yeah. The classic. I'm a fellow enjoyer of breaking everything. Create a data-driven enemy instead of straight prefabs for each enemy. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a good idea. Gonna take a few to get right. I definitely think that's the way to go. I do that for Starground, and I think it's really good. They're not completely data-driven, but like most of their behavior and information is data-driven, so it's pretty nice. It really does make it a lot easier to add guys in, so... Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we've been just, we're working on a new tile that can spawn. I'm gonna change these textures, but these are just kind of temporary. I think we'll probably do a little bit of, like, plant modeling here. So let's do that. Yeah, you do not flashlight the clowns, so... Yeah, anyways, Cosmo, just to leave thoughts on the update and stuff. I think it's epic. I definitely think having multiple days is going to help people get into it easier. And I don't think it's necessarily like way too hard. I think, you know, the truth is that almost everybody's played a game, either played FNAF or a game like FNAF. So I think it's not a terrible idea to make it get pretty hard. So yeah, I think it's fine in terms of difficulty. I think a little bit extra on top of the auditory of trying to tell where they are, I think would be good, of like where the clowns are. I think audio always, but maybe occasionally when a clown shows up, it does like a little light flicker or something. Just a little extra feedback would be nice, because sometimes it's hard to tell, right? If there's any kind of audio distraction, then I lose. So maybe that would be a good thing. Yeah, I definitely felt the options give me the ability to mute the music. Or just change the volume. It's pretty fun. I think at this point it's mostly just a case of just building up more content. Like, I think it'd be cool to see some more unique entities and stuff. I mean, it's not like incredibly loud, but I think it's just always a good idea to have the ability to make it quieter. Because honestly, most of the time I play a game, I mute the music and listen to my own music anyways. So that's what I would say. Yeah, just more entities would be fun. Stuff like that. I think it would be nice, especially on the first level, to like have something to look at or kind of do just for like a fun little stupid thing. Just while I'm kind of waiting around for things to ramp up or I'm listening to the phone guy. So maybe what you could do for that is just like add in some other little wall decorations or something interactable. Like FNAF has a thing where you can click on the nose, and it does the little squeak. Even literally just something like that, just a little distraction or a little activity I could do to just break up the waiting at the beginning would be nice. Or even just stuff to look at. I think that's a big reason why, like, why FNAF has like the fan and all the little decorations everywhere. It like gives you stuff to look at. So I think something like that would be nice. Some posters up on the wall, maybe. But yeah. It's quite intensive. Unlike FNAF, the monsters don't wait. Yeah, they wait a little bit. Definitely, like, it's harder, but I don't think that's a bad thing. So make sure you don't start volume at 100% at the start. Yeah, it depends. I mean, if you have like a track like that that's immediately very loud, I think it's bad. So at least just give me a slider to quiet it down, and that'd be okay. You're talking about your Windows desktop. I do have a couple things on my desktop. It's a little bit messy. Don't worry about it, guys. It's not a big deal. But yeah. Anyways, let's model some plants. A little bit messy. It's maybe a little more than a little bit messy. Let's just say that. So I want to do like a little pile of like viney leaves or whatever. I'm trying to think of like exactly what I want to do for that. I'm sure there's like a billion models already that exist for that kind of stuff, but I don't want to cheat, guys. We're going to model it ourselves. So we're going to do a Bezier curve and then a scatter on surface modifier. And we can create another collection called leaves. And then inside of that collection, we'll create some leaves. And leaves are very simple. Just literally something like this for now. Right, good enough. So we put that in there. Now we select the collection, which is leaves. And I don't know if it's really going to scatter until this has a surface. I'm not sure how that works. Okay, it is scattering. The leaves are way too big, so let's shrink those down. Oops. Apply all the transforms. So we need to increase the density. Yeah. And all the leaves are in the same direction as the vine. So let's like rotate this leaf. Like that. Also, let's turn the music back on. Snooze the ad. CD dislikes it very much. I don't blame you. Cat a Starground guy plush? You can do that, sure. I don't care. Just gonna start shaping this leaf a little more. I don't think this stuff matters that much. Let's make this thing not so thick. I need like an object for scale. Let's create a cube that's 2 by 2. So this is about the size of the player. So I think these leaves are a little bit too big, and definitely the vine is way too thick. Sort of like 0.01. Yeah, honestly. And then we can start modeling all the leaves. Let's see, you're gonna head out. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in, Cosmo. I appreciate it. And thanks for showing off your game. Every time, definitely, it's just a little bit better. So, keep up the good work. Let's, oops, that doesn't work. Let's set that to the origin, I guess. Like, I want to do, like, a point in between these. Now up it, and then we can say set origin to 3D cursor. There we go. So we can also start curving these leaves and stuff. I want to create a bunch of different variations. And honestly, we could probably just give this a distortion modifier, displacement modifier. Give it a texture. What is this song, bro? Like that? Now that'll let it curve and twist around and stuff. That's a little bit too strong. Sort of like that. And we need to make this a little more small. I want it to be quite random. I noticed that it's applying to everything, so we need to change coordinates to global. I think. Maybe change it to object. UV. I think it'd be global. It seems like it's applying the same thing on all of these, which is not what I want. I mean, I guess it's fine. We'll have a couple different leaves, so we'll just duplicate this. Create some different ones, so they'll have a little bit of a randomness. Okay, now decrease the strength a little bit. 0.4, 0.3, 0.2. So what's the thing where I can link a modifier? I always forget how to do it. It's like, I don't remember. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I need a Blender guru. Okay, so let's hide that collection now. I don't know why all these things are... Oh, I need to stop, like... Let's see here. Also, let's lower the resolution here. But that can go up a bit. But this one, boom. Yeah, why are they so wacky? It's like line rotation, yeah. We'll do some randomization. On the y-axis, yeah, that's fine. And on the z, just do completely random. How do I make it stop grabbing the initial position? I thought there was like a way I could do that. I could do reset transform like that. guess that works. Now we up the density to 2,000. Crazy. So I want this to be, yeah, around like a 2x2 vine. So we can just start kind of moving this around and rotating it. So I can see what I'm doing here. I'm going to do that. Right, just something like that. And we have to fix all the Y coordinates. And we'll do some randomization in engine. And I would like to make this more viney. So maybe we have like a vine go over there. Like that. We'll probably have a couple of these. So we got an ad going on, my apologies. There's obviously way too many leaves, but, you know. We'll decrease that amount drastically. Like something more like this, I think. Because this is going to be a mesh that's duplicated a billion times, so... We can make the vine just ever so slightly thicker. Not too much. So, hey, K-Mac, welcome in. How's it going? Then I want to do some scale randomization, too. So we could do like a 0.5 randomization. Maybe we go up to full, like, 0.75. Like that. And then inside of leaves, I want to increase the sizes of all of these. So we can increase these and change the scale on these. Something around there is probably good. So this is what we're left with, which I think looks pretty good. And then now we just make like a billion variations of this. And we have to make sure this is centered around 0, so like something more like that. I might grab a couple of these vertices just to stretch them out. At the cube now. We'll probably shade smooth, I guess. Or I guess that's really on the leaves. We would do a shade schmoove. So now we just duplicate this a billion times. Call it vine 1, vine 2. So vine 2 is going to change. We're just going to do a different vibe with this one. Something like that. Now, bop. We don't really need that many variations because they're going to have so much randomization in game. Also, ads are over. Sorry about those gamers. And let's just duplicate another one. Call it vine 3. And make it even more random. I just subdivided by something I didn't mean to. Yeah, we could have some stuff like this, like weird overlaps. Make this guy a twisty one. Let's see, let's rotate this. This one's a little funny. Let's move this out. Perfect. Vine 3. So now we have 3 different plant vines that we can procedurally spawn in. Let's just give these all... Well, they're all just going to have overrides, so we don't have to worry about that. So let's start exporting. And I think for this, we just do an OBJ. If I'm not mistaken. But first off, let's delete all the other stuff. Camera and light. Those go away. Save the blend file. Call it leaves. Models. Now we export. First off, vine 3. Call this vines 3. Selection only. Should have apply modifiers on. Boom. Vine 2. Boom. And last, but not least... Oh god, I just made a keyframe. Vine 1. Or call it vines 1. Boom. So now we have those in the game. We've got these set up. We'll set those to a region, just call it overgrown. So we have to go into the corridors one file and give all these collision shapes. We have quite a lot of these. I think one day I'm probably going to figure out a way to optimize our meshes so that we don't have to have so many. Because right now it's a little silly. Actually, I think I'm just going to do this and then say mesh, create collision shape. Sibling. That dude is a static body child. Try mesh. There we go. I don't know. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. So now we want to say export as mesh library. Go into... Is it in models? Yeah. Merge with existing. Boom. So now, back into our world code. So we got a couple options. We can do like ceiling and wall ones as well, right? So that'll be kind of fun. So when we go to generate debris. Is Deadlift procedurally generated? Partially and partially not. So like the prefabs of the corridors are procedurally generated in the sense that it chooses... How do I describe it? It's not like I manually go in and place every single prefab. The game kind of figures out what it should be. So the pipeline of how maps get generated is we have these preset images of maps, right? These are maps that can spawn with the layouts. So you can use these. Basically the game runs through these pixels, figures out what they are, and then generates the appropriate corridor given the color value of the pixel. So that happens. So it's not like I go in and I place all these corridors and spawn the decorations and the breaker locations. All of that stuff is random. So you can get the same map layout, but every time that you do so, it might be a completely kind of different vibe, because it's going to spawn in different furniture, different breaker locations, different entities. Recognize some of the layouts from the pixels? Yeah. So these are all the different maps we have. So it's really easy to create more maps. The thing that's harder, obviously, is creating different like biomes or regions. But it's not that bad. It's definitely doable. All we have to do is just model the stuff, go in here. So now we have that stuff set up. We can go into our regions table and add on a new region. And we can define what color it is. So this is region overgrown. And we're going to make it green. So R goes to 0, G goes to FF. So now if we make a spot somewhere where it's green, it'll turn into the overgrown area. So I'm probably going to start kind of separating some of these maps out into like easy, medium, and hard, right? And this doesn't, I mean, this is just for me, like, then add a hard. Like easy maps, these two guys are very small, a 7x7 and 9x9. So those would go into easy. And then we have like, this one's more of a medium map. And then this one's huge, so it's like a harder map. So we're gonna start organizing these and spawning them depending on the level that you're on. How do I eat? Yeah, so just said. I definitely do want to give people some more information about the eating mechanic. I'm still a little conflicted. There's two ways that we could deal with the food mechanic. Right now, the way we have it is where you place food down on the plate in the cup holder, and then whenever you end the day, you consume the item. But part of me kind of wants, maybe it would be more intuitive to just like, if you hold an item up, you can just have a prompt to eat it. But the only thing I want to avoid is people just running through the maze and eating everything, right? Like I kind of want it to be like you have to bring the item back before you get to eat it. So I'm not sure yet. Maybe we turn Deadlift into a cooking game. You only bring back raw ingredients, then you have to cook recipes. I don't know. Oh, Debug, tell us what map generates. It doesn't have any print statement in there now or anything for output. You mean just like on the top? I'll probably have something in there for like the size of the map, or I guess I could yeah, I could throw that in there if you want me to. So deal region overgrown. Okay, so now that that's set up, I want to go through these maps, and we're almost getting enough biomes now in here that we can start to kind of like pick and choose which ones go where according to our difficulty level, you know? Print statement would just be a good addition so playtesters can identify the map if needed. Yeah, I could totally do that. Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Because then if there's some kind of weird map specific issue, I would be able to know which one it was. So yeah, we could do that. Oh, also, inside of now our maps table, I realized all of our maps are completely different locations. So let's see, 3 and 4 are in easy. So we do maps, easy. And this is map 2 is hard. I'll probably spend a lot more time on these maps as time goes on. Most of these are just kind of more temporary while I get the other stuff working, and then I can worry about layout a little more. I think that should all be good now. Okay. It's getting cold in my room now. So in world, I want to go to our generate debris area, and now we're going to start generating some new debris. So I'm getting this based off of, you can see, if it's an array mesh, create from surface, and I do that only from 0. I don't know if there's any way where I can specify multiple surfaces. But I could just loop through, I guess. So right now I'm just hard baking the one debris material. But I want to do more than that. I'm not even doing that. Right here, I say rubble.pick random. I think those are just objects, yeah, because it's a mesh. Different biomes spawn different enemies. Yeah, I think that's the way we're probably going to do it. I'll leave like only the hardest biomes to some of the hardest maps. So maps will not be only sorted by size, but just the combination of size plus biome plus, you know, everything else. So that's something that we'll kind of have to figure out. I'm just going to make a bunch of maps that are different, and then we as playtesters can kind of start to categorize them. You know, remember what map you were playing on and how difficult it was. So That way we can balance the game better. If biomes spawn different enemies, will you have to separate biomes? So what do you mean by that? Like, separate biomes from maps? Because they already are. Let's see. Or you mean like having like a door or something so that enemies don't cross between biomes? Is that what you mean? Okay, so we're going to be grabbing from debris. So now what I want to check is... Let's see, where is debris defined? Oh, it's called rubble. Okay, so that's rubble. Now I want to do plants. And I'll make this more mod-friendly someday, but, you know, this is mainly just testing right now. Because how different biome entities work when biomes are areas on the map? Yeah. I'd probably just kind of have it set up to where entities will tend to wander, hang around their home biome. So, like, if they're chasing you or attacking you, they would leave their biome and go find you, but otherwise they're just going to chill around a specific area. And I can do that inside of their pathfinding code. I can just check if a point is... Like, I pick a point, and if it's inside of a biome that's not their respective biome, they don't do it. Unless they are trying to kill you, and they don't care about where they are. I mean, that's just one idea, right? There's a million ways we could do it, so that's the thing. We have to think about what is... Like, what do you guys want? That's the real question, right? Is that the way you would prefer it, or is there a different way? So, this is going to be figuring that out. All right, let's go back in here. So, yeah, I think it would just be nice because then you kind of know, like, it gives players a little bit more choices, which I think is really important always. Because, like, if there's a zone that's extremely difficult and you know that it's extremely difficult, you can be like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to take that risk today. Right? So I think that's what that kind of lets people do. Because you know that if you walk in there, you're going to find some scary guys. Yeah, I think it would be nice because it just gives a little more variety. I want lots and lots of variety. And it'll still be a little bit random. I don't know if biomes will be completely only one guy or the other, but at least it would be sort of like... slightly more likely for specific enemies or something, right? Like we would have a weighted spawning table. Some biomes might be very strict where it's like, no, only this guy spawns here. But I want the ability to just do whatever I want. So I could do only certain guys, or I could do just a higher chance for specific enemies, you know? Sort of almost like how Minecraft is in a lot of biomes. Where like, I think more... I'm trying to think of like... Because, like, you have certain guys that can only spawn. For example, in the jungles, like, that's the only place you can find parrots and pandas. But you still can find other animals there, too, like sheep that you can also find in grasslands and stuff. So it's kind of like that system, right? Well, since the breakers spawn randomly, players might feel forced to enter biomes. Yeah, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Again, I think that's going to be a playtesting thing of, like... If we implement that system and people are finding it too annoying, then that's fine. We can make a change. But yeah. I think what players like exactly, yeah. This is why playtesting is so extremely important for Deadlift. Well, I do really appreciate that you guys are playtesting, because there's so many questions like that I just honestly need to have people play the game and just tell me what they think, because it's like I have my own opinions and biases and stuff, right? So, and I'm just immediately ultra biased because I've developed the game, so I kind of like know too much. It's really nice to see people that don't know the inner workings of everything, you know, interact with the game. Because it gives me a completely different, you know, kind of feedback. I need unbiased feedback. Okay, so for down here, for the points that we're going to be picking. So I need to actually know now inside of the points, like, what is the, I need more information. So points is now going to be a dictionary of vector 3, and then string for the region ID. So now in here, what I want to say instead is points at index final vert position is equal to a dictionary of a string. And that's going to be our region ID. So we know what the last position of the mesh was. And using that, I think we can figure out what the biome is. So we can say I think it's like map chords at index last mesh position. And now map chords, I believe, is a dictionary of points, and then it has data. So let's figure out where map chords is added. Yeah, so it has a tag region ID, and I can use that down here. So I can say var data is map chords at that, and then say var region ID is data.region ID. So now I know what region it's inside of. So when I'm passing this in, the points, I want this to be equal to region ID. So now I get both the position, but now I also get the region as well. So I can figure out what the type of, you know, mesh that should spawn is. Lower blindness is a game design thing. Devs tend to ignore how complex the design can get because they're so used to it. Exactly, yeah. It's really important to get some real feedback. That's why I think playtesting is such an important part of development. Some people just make a whole game for 2 years without doing any playtesting, and then are baffled when they get negative reviews. And I'm like, did anybody else playtest the game? Because the thing with making a game is it's not always going to be precisely the game that is most fun to you. I think it's definitely a big part of it. But, like, you're making a game for the general public, for your audience, more so than anything. So you have to make sure that new people coming into it for the first time are going to understand what's happening. Because otherwise, if it's completely built up upon your own knowledge of systems, then it's just going to be a confusing mess. So that's super important. So now I'm going to say for I and points. And then we're going to say global position is equal to, I'm going to say coordinate. And then we say var region ID is equal to points at index coordinate. Okay. So now we say mesh global position, ignore that one. And we figure out what the mesh is now. So if region ID is equal to deadlift.region.overgrown, else .region, or yeah, just say else. Do something else. So we say mesh.mesh is equal to that. Otherwise, it's equal to whatever plants.pick random. So hopefully this will work. We'll see what happens. I don't know why I can't parse from global. I love when that happens. Means we got to do a whole reset of the whole game. Oh, we're fine. Okay. Oh yeah, I don't use those anymore. Alrighty. Anyways, back down to generated debris. I want to get this set up super quick and then just see what it looks like, and then we'll end stream because I gotta go eat. But let's go ahead and create a map that'll actually use this now. And let's go to the global UI, just so I know what map has actually been spawned. And I want to add some stuff to this. So right now it just says current region. We'll say new line. Oops. And say current map. This one. That's going to be equal to yeah, I'll say current map ID. I'll just say map ID. Let's go into world. Trying to get this done quick. Let's put this down here. Map ID. String. I don't know why it keeps failing to parse from global. It's really annoying. And then let's go to generate map. Or generate maze. So we're going to say map ID is equal to maps.pickRandom and pass that ID in. Okay, I gotta like close this script. Close. Now go back into world. There we go. Okay, we're almost there. So right now this is just gonna spawn it on the floor. But that'll be okay. Alright, really quick, let's go grab a map. Let's just modify map 4. And just for fun, I'm gonna make this whole frickin' place overgrown. So we do full green. Fully overgrown map. So let's save that. Now we're gonna go into the game and try it out. And let's also, for our maps table, just, you know, temporarily hide all the other ones. Can't remember. Control K, there we go. Okay, ready, guys? Hopefully you can get this going quick. Map 1 does not exist. Why did I set the icon to map 1? Let's just set it to something stupid, like... black pixel. Let's try that again. It got loud. Maybe I'm just used to the music. We're pretty normal in here. Alright. Here we go, guys. Descending. Alright. Did not work out. Last mesh position is actually a whole thing. So we had to say dot origin because we're getting a transform. Let's try generating this again. Hurry, open. Could not find 52044. So we're gonna convert this into a vector 3i. Actually, map coordinates is a vector 2, I believe. So that's gonna be .z, and then that's .x. Let's see what map coords is. Let me figure out what this thing is. Let me go see where I'm adding map coordinates. Okay, so chord is a vector 2i. So let's go define this just so it's not confusing. Type dictionary, vector 2i, dictionary. So back down in here, let's convert this into a vector 2i. Now we won't be confused anymore. Let's try this again. That's one good thing about statically typing stuff. It does help avoid confusion. Oh yeah, also there's a message way up here. I just remembered about it. Nah, I can't find it anymore. It's gone. I'll ask after stream. I think Oshik was... Oshik, are you here? Okay, still not finding it. 5244. I think a while ago in the stream you said something about the audio and something happened and I didn't read it. So what were you saying about that? I think with the main menu music. This is not being found. I'll say if data. Oh, but now I have to define region ID. Let's do that. Go to the menu by the desk screen, the intro part of the song plays. Ah, okay, yeah. I can work on trying to fix that. Yeah, hopefully I should be able to just set that loop, you know, point. I'll have to go through the samples and figure out exactly which sample I need to loop from, but yeah. Well, I have to say .get on this, that's why it's not working. Let's try this one more time. Also look for the song to fade out when I press play. Yeah, instead of a hard cut. Yeah, I want to do some kind of transition from main menu to play. Before I do that, though, I need to get the different playable characters set up. So I'll probably be doing that kind of soon. Okay, is this gonna work now? Let's find out. Didn't crash. But it's not spawning in any of the stuff because it's not getting a proper region ID. Well, it's too bad, guys. We might not be able to see it in action this time. Playable characters. Yeah, I haven't really talked about it much, but we want to do different characters you can play as. Like in the Binding of Isaac, when you start a run, you have a choice of picking who you play. Character selection. Like this screen, right? It'll just change how the game plays, right? It'll give you different abilities. We want each character to have an ability associated with them. So here, let's go to Miro because we've got it all laid out. But that's going to be a big thing. I think that'll be fun to mess with. Come on, Miro. There we go. Ooh, okay. So laggy. Here's the characters. So right now we're just playing as the scavenger. We're going to be working on getting all these other things implemented. He doesn't have any... I don't think he has any special abilities. But they all have different like stats in terms of their speed and stamina and damage thresholds. The engineer, they like nuts. But they refuse to eat evil products. This is not AI generated, no. We just put it in because it's much easier to like... I like having the emojis here because it gives you an instant, like... I know that the drawback is bad because we use the throwing up guy. It's funny that people see emoji and then immediately it's like, oh, it's AI. It's just emojis, guys. Trust me, I do not want to use AI. Scavenger is like the Isaac. Yeah, Scavenger's like the basic guy. We're trying to think of like a couple different ideas. I think we're probably just going to go with no potential ability for the basic guy because he's just supposed to be a standard, nothing interesting kind of character. This guy's not going to eat any evil things. So evil things is a category of food items. It includes like the homunculus and alcohol and stuff. And then I don't know what's going to go on now with the rover stuff because we planned all that out, but I think we're going to change rovers now. So we'll have to figure that out. And the psychic, you're going to have an ability to draw a tarot card every morning. Or I guess you have to. So that'll be a fun one. It'll just change the game a lot. Berserker. Injury debuffs become positive. So that would be kind of interesting. It's basically the more damage you take, the better your character becomes. Obviously, you still die, but... And the collector... requires 2 food and water each day. So, yeah. The newborn, he's going to be like a short guy, so he's permanently crouched. He's a child. So that'll be kind of fun. And then the mastermind. So he's immune to starvation, but you don't get any bonuses from any of these. Also, another thing too here is that these all kind of like sort of change the difficulty of the game. So the first guy is going to be really easy. He doesn't modify difficulty. But like this guy down here is going to be much more difficult. He has extreme entity activity, so that's another thing too. I'm dashing bullet points, no. Maybe you unlock something for him after playing. Yeah, that could be pretty cool. Mushroom hallucinations. Yeah, this will be fun. Like in Binding of Isaac, when you unlock the D6, Isaac starts with it. Oh yeah, that would be cool. We do want to have stuff like that where the more that you play, the more things start to unlock. Because I think that would be a fun mechanic. Because it gives you a reason to replay the game, right? You get to see new things happening inside of the maze. It's kind of like that with Balatro, actually, right? After you like beat certain guys, you unlock new cards that you can find. So it's going to be sort of like that. I think it'd be pretty fun. Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure out what's going on with here. It just must be the origin point here is not the same as tile map coordinates. So I'll have to figure that one out. But I'm sure there's a way I could convert the two. I'm just not sure. I think this is in terms of global coordinates. That's probably what's going on here. So I just have to convert that into local and then do all the conversions so that I can figure out what the actual coordinate is. I have to like offset it by the position and stuff, but yeah. We'll work on all that another time, unfortunately, because I have to end stream. But thank you, gamers, for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the feedback on stuff. I do really appreciate that as well. It's been very nice to actually finally get like somebody playing the game, and you know, it's like it's very helpful for developing. Because I'm starting to realize a lot of things that maybe initially I thought were good, or things that initially I thought weren't good and turned out to be better than I expected. So it's really helpful to like just know. You have to be able to verify my assumptions and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been good. Yeah, we'll start the learn-in playtest really soon. I just have to get the basic gameplay stuff ready, which is like really close. So I imagine it'll only be a couple days at most. But yeah. Anyways, thanks for coming in. Feel free to join the Discord, buy Starground on Steam. Let's go raid. Scary Pastries doing stuff. Yeah, I'll keep working away at this. Hopefully we have an update really soon. I think probably tonight, maybe, or maybe tonight. More than likely probably tomorrow, but we'll see. It just depends on how things go. But yeah, thank you, gamers. I appreciate it. Let's go raid Scary. But yeah, have a good rest of your day or night, and let me know how things go with the game. Feel free to and leave any and all feedback in the Deadlift General channel, because I want the cold hard truth. So but yeah. Anyways, guys, thank you for coming in. I'll see all you guys next time. Bye-bye.